Hey everybody, sorry for the long start, or the long delay to start. I've just been, he's eating, snacking, just trying to get energy back in me and hydrate. Gotta stay hydrated and slap the table at the same time. But yeah, we'll go live in a bit, just gonna make sure my mouth looks presentable, clean. Because you'll be seeing it for a couple hours probably. Alright, here we go. We're live. Kinda. There we go, it works. Hey everybody, I am Dirk the Red Panda, and this is Far Beyond the World. Part 2 of the update. Originally in the last update, I spent like 5 hours, I think, doing the first 2 days of this 3-day update. And so I had to break this up into 2 parts, so I can finish it, you know, this weekend at least. And I'm looking forward to this, because, yeah, just came out, not yesterday, like, came out on Thursday. I think I streamed on Thursday, am I stupid? I don't know. I don't know, I streamed it, I streamed it on Thursday, because I did something on Friday night. Yeah, so that's what happened, so, I streamed this on Thursday, now tonight, we're gonna finish it. Here we go. Hello to everybody, great to see you all here. I need to do better at interacting with the chat at times, and, you know, it's also kind of a mix of what to interact with, what not to. Or what not, or just, you know, the speed of the chat. There's a lot. Aw, that's so cool. Yeah, my Dash of Nintendo States videos, those are fun videos. But yeah, other than that, let me get to the load page. The only issue that I have, like, physically wise, where I feel like I'm not sure if I'm gonna be, like, you know, able to make it through the entire thing, is just being tired from a long day of playing, but who knows. I don't have to work tomorrow until like 2 in the afternoon. Just check. How do you have time to stream it? Somebody just asked on Twitter, like, how do I have time to stream this area? Just a grind of all-nighters. That's how. Just gonna set a alarm just so I can sleep in tomorrow, and when I do work, it'll be like, okay, go to work at 2. Yep. Oh, that says 1 a.m. That is very early. Alright, everybody. So, 15, I think I started. 15, like 10 or whatever. Introduction. So we're gonna start at 20 minutes. Why not? Make it even number. So we got 2 minutes to just kind of talk about stuff again. No, you haven't missed anything, luckily. I spent the first 14 minutes just trying to eat, like, with the camera, with all of it muted. Thank goodness I remembered to unmute myself this time around. Because that's always awkward when I don't unmute myself. Yeah. Also, Amicus is next to me because we did the Interia update just before this. So I'm hopping from that to this. So I might have to move you over here, Amicus, to the other side of the table. Sorry, baby. This is Amicus Jr. In my mind, all Amicus plushies are like children of Amicus. They're just baby. Anyway, that's enough of Interia and the Adastra universe for now. Today, and well, the rest of tonight is dedicated to Far Beyond the World and Ranok's journey. We're still figuring out if he's coming back soon or what that whole search party is about. We were last with, what was it? Verissa picking up, like, herbs and stuff, and then we eventually went back, just chilled for the night. 2 nights in a row, luckily, we haven't had any traumatic dreams or nightmares, which is a relief for me who can get easily stressed. Yeah. Anyway, are you all ready? Herbie, I've noticed you like a bajillion times and you donate. You don't have to ask for it now. Anyway, let's get started. In a bit. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Second time's a charm. For the first time, I truly slept in, waking up all natural. I mean, it's not like Ranok didn't let me laze a bit before, but I still woke up early on his account. Now, without the wolf, there's no real reason to get up at dawn. Not to mention that there's not much else to do around here. I'm kind of done with reading books for the time being. The last 2 left me unsettled enough as is. I take a long stretch and approach the window to see the weather outside. I rest against the sill and take in the view. It's a sunny day, as most of the ones before, but still quite chilly. No other way around it. Better get started. I go into the kitchen to build a fire. With total of 3 attempts under my belt, I think I'm getting better at this. Wow. Once the warmth of the hearth radiates across the kitchen, I pull on the lever, hoping it will cause the metal chain to descend from the chimney. It does, to my great relief. I mount the cauldron onto the chain and fill it with water and leave it to boil. Those morning hoops to jump through are quite bothersome and make me appreciate so many things I must have taken for granted. Indoor plumbing being on the top of the list. I decided to take my time with washing myself, especially since I've gone through all this trouble to get some warm water. I scrub every inch diligently, using the bar of soap Verissa gave me. It foams between my hands and I bring it to my face to take a few sniffs. The smell of lavender is a very new, but also welcome addition to my bathroom routine. God, I need to get lavender soap or something like that someday. Lavender soap or shampoo. Honestly, either or, that smells so good. I need to check like Target or whatever that has it. Man, if they have like those natural bars of soap where it is lavender scented, oh, that'd be so good. Let me guess, instead of having bath water now, we're gonna have like, we're gonna just get the bars of soap from Far Beyond the World. And then it's like, soapy oh no, now I'm thinking it's gonna be like Ranok bath water. Fuck. Oh, I'm terrible. Why must I bring up old dead memes? Anyway, the smell of lavender is a very new but also welcome addition to my bathroom routine. More so than scrubbing myself with ash, that's for sure. Once I'm done and dry, I look around for some quick breakfast. After the circus of heating my own bath, I don't feel like making any fry-up. I still have some leftovers from yesterday, so I'm not that worried. However, as I'm about to sit down, I hear a knock on the door. Before answering, I drape myself over with one of Ranok's spare cloaks. Once nicely covered, I opened the doors to only find a small linen parcel laying at my feet. I look out onto the porch and notice Vol's back in the distance as he casually walks off without even saying hello. Hell, he doesn't even look back. So we're playing this game then. I pick up the package and close the door, flipping it carelessly onto the table. God, he's such an immature prick. He was the one to choke me. Again! I decide to be the bigger man and not take it personally. And he's the one to get vented. I'm so annoyed that I grab a tankard and walk towards the barrel. You're gonna need it. I need my game mode to get through this. It's not alcoholic this time. It's just blueberry lemonade. I fill it up and sit back at the table. I don't even want his damn food anymore. My frustration grows with each passing moment as I soak and wet my lips with ale. You know you're in a mood when you drink an ale at like 9 in the morning or whatever it is for him. He was the one to break the damn promise. I get it. He's extremely possessive. I see some of that behavior in Ranok, but fuck. I sure hope my wolf doesn't end up acting like this. Savage beasts. Immediately, I think of Dreher. No. No. I shake my head, picking up on the invasive thought. That was different. Dreher tackled his superior in his own house. Worse yet, it could have very much ended up with my death. Ranok might have overreacted, but he was justified. And it wasn't nowhere near as insane as tackling me because of a slip of a tongue. Verissa's right. That wolf's crazy. He swore. Oathbreaker. Yes, he swore on his... No. God, no. I jumped to my feet. Okay. I'm not Dorothy for you to fuck with. I don't get the... I know what it's referencing, but I don't know. My rattled breath echoes across the room. I try to stabilize myself, knowing full well that whatever the hell this thing is, it very much latches onto my emotions and cranks them up to 11. I look back to the table, reaching for the dandelion resting in the cup. I pick up on the soft flower and bring it close to my nose, inhaling it gently. My wolf is my compass. You cannot change that. He's Nope. Nope. I say calmly, banishing the thought before it even materializes. I know your games. You mistake me for a pawn, but I am very much intent on remaining a player. I can even keep my cool while deep inside a little den. Then your incorporeal ass can kiss mine. Or incorporeal, geez. SAT words right there. I sit back down, still very much toying with my keepsake. Vol is Vol. I saw his terror as he realized I'm gonna drink some water because somebody told me I don't drink enough water. Yeah, blueberry lemonade's pretty good. It's kind of like having like a berry juice, but a bit sorry. It's more the sweeter side. Yeah, it's like a little bit of like that lemony hint, but it is more of like a berry-esque type of juice. But yes, I have a ton of water here. I drank like half of this already in the past couple hours. I'll probably finish it by the end of the stream. I've probably had like maybe 3 whole things of like water before this. And that was like throughout the day too. I was just burning through it. Anyway, I saw his terror as he realized he broke his promise. Even if he doesn't care for me, I saw in his eyes the shame of someone who very much holds his word dear. An honorable wolf who wounded his own pride. Yes, thank you, Arch15. That's who it was. I think. Oh, crap. No, that was backwards. Forwards, let's go. He didn't intend it. It only happened because she means the world to him. I release a heavy sigh, venting out all that pent-up anger. He's just as lost as Ranok is, if not more. Deep down, he resents the idea of being seen as a beast and a brute. They made him into this. This fucking tribe. It's like a machine that is designed to twist and bend everyone inside of it, until all that comes out are damaged souls. This is America. Anyway. If I am to stay here, I realize I forgot to hit the record button. Better late than never. At least I didn't realize it 2 hours in. I only realized it like 10 minutes into reading. Yeah, now the recording has started. I need to get better at doing this with Far Beyond the World. It's always Far Beyond the World I mess up with. Anyway, if I am to stay here, I'm going to make sure I don't become a cog inside of it. I won't perpetuate hurt and distrust. Everyone deserves a second chance. Especially the Black Wolf. I spend maybe an hour or two trying to unwind with the ale. I even check out the parcel that Vol brought, letting go of my petty grudge. There's some more cheese, sausages, and what looks like a nice quiche I'm pretty sure he made himself. It almost feels like a made-up gift. Or maybe I'm reading into things again. Either way, it's better to hold on to hope than resentment. Wait, it's not recording? Are you freaking kidding me? I hit the record button. Now I hit the record button. God, it's recording now. Now it works. Far Beyond the World, I keep messing up with the recordings. This was only 10 minutes of content that was missed. But yeah, let's continue. It's working. Or maybe I'm reading into things again. Either way, it's better to hold on to hope than resentment. And as we're going to take a break. No, I'm kidding. I'm just going to double check if... Yeah, I made like 2 recording things, I think. I don't know. I'll have to check that later. I think I may have accidentally hit it and stopped it by accident when I did it. But anyway, I still struggle reading time in this place. But I'm sure it's somewhere past noon, gauging by how high the sun is in the sky. The fire already died out, and I use my free time to quickly clean the house again, trying to stave away any pervasive thoughts. Although now much easier a task, thanks to me finally picking up on their foreign nature, they still unnerve me a little. It's like having another person inside of me. Bringing the cottage up to speed isn't as laborsome, as I did a fairly good job of it the first time around. I simply dust the surfaces and sweep the floors, careful to get into every nook and cranny. Probably a better job than I do. There's an odd satisfaction in keeping this place tidy. Once only the bedroom's left, I begin to wonder what I will do with the rest of the day. Oh, thank heavens. I put down the broom, certain it's Verissa coming to pay me a visit. I rush towards the chest to put on the dress, trying to not make the female wait. I'm coming. I mutter in my mind, straightening the silk across my thighs. As I open the door, I almost jump back in panic. Trist just stands there looking at me with a bemused expression, most likely taking my startled reaction as mockery. He nods towards the inside, clearly asking to be let in. I just shut the door in his stupid face. But the buddy persists. God. Fuck you, Trist. Fuck you. I open again, this time begrudgingly giving him a nasty look. One more time, the bunny nods towards the inside, asking to be let in. I glance around, seeing some wolves about, and reluctantly wave my hand in an inviting gesture. You fucking piece of shit. The moment the door is shut, I give him the meanest stink eye I can muster. What do you want? I've come to fetch you, he states matter-of-factly. Fetch me? You must be kidding. Yes, as much as I think you are a massive joke, this here isn't. Oh, you little... Funny coming for someone called Kaelin. So you do speak their language. Clearly not as well as you do. He scoffs, walking towards the table and dragging his finger across it. I mean, what sort of idiot wouldn't pick up a few words working here for several years? Then why pretend? Because wolves do not like being spoken to. He throws his inquisitive gaze into the floor, rubbing it with his hind paw. I see Ranok's already putting you to good use. Oh, or perhaps I'm not just a lazy layabout. He grimaces, massaging his forehead as if it were in pain. Oh, Trist. Ugh. What's the matter? I am not getting any victory royales in Fortnite. I saw that comment. I ask automatically, my good nature overriding my dislike for the guy. Nothing's the matter. Just... It's so confusing talking with you. It's like... Yeah. Like I was born in your burrow. I scoff mockingly. I've heard that one already. He gives me a distrusting look and simply shakes his head. Either way, I'm not here to debate your linguistic skills. Good. If you want bonus points, you can stop scrutinizing my housework as well. As if I care about my standing with an obvious spy. I laugh out loud, looking at him with pity. A spy? Who the hell would I spy for? You tell me. A smug smile stretches across his muzzle, and his insolence has finally exhausted my patience. I huff in annoyance, approaching the door. They creak open as I swung the major, showing the rabbit out. Rabbit. My God. Leave. Now. Close the damn door, you fool. The buddy jumps up in a panic, causing me to narrow my eyes. Someone can overhear us! I comply reluctantly, slowly closing the door. Why are you so freaked out? We're talking in Sylvan. We're talking, period. Wolves don't like their wards plotting behind closed doors. We're hardly plotting. Try to explain that to them. I sigh uncomfortably, not really sure how much I can really trust this guy. Or trist this guy. Again, what do you want? I was ordered to fetch you. You are needed at the villa. At the villa? I blink. Yes. But I was supposed to stay here, out of sight. Well, the chief is throwing a luncheon for the elders. Surely his household is well staffed. It's telling me it's bedtime, but we're staying up all night, baby! Woo! Anyway, surely his household is well staffed. What does he need me for? I don't know. It was Vither's idea. What? Why? I only understand bits and pieces of that horrid language. Something about making an impression on the elders. I conclude, and the bunny scoffs mockingly. Yeah, I suppose. Sometimes I think that a single tree would have more guile than all of those damn wolves combined. Bringing you in there was just asking for trouble. Especially decked out like this. He waves at my dress and I look down at it. I mean, it is a dress, but other than that, nothing seems to be wrong with it. It's not revealing or anything, and I'd much rather be it than walking around half naked. Besides, why should I even go anywhere with him? I'm Ranok's attendant, not a servant. I shrug. Would you care to explain that to the chief, then? He proposes, showing me the door. Very funny. That's so. He flashes his brows with satisfaction and approaches the exit. I don't like this. Of all the people in here, why would they send Trist? I don't want to go. Especially not with you. Trust me. I don't want you anywhere near me either. Especially when that poorly masked ploy of yours explodes in your muzzle. And it will, I assure you. I don't want to be caught in the blast by association. He pulls on the handle and cracks the door slightly open, inviting me to follow. What ploy? Whatever chagrin you have going on here, I want no part of it. But this is not a request. It's an order. Now, would you please move before they send guards after us? I sigh and concede. Fine. Although I am distrustful of the bunny, I doubt he would try anything stupid. He seems quite afraid of what the tribe is capable of, and I'm under their protection. I walk towards the door with a reluctant step. This is quite the opposite of laying low. But in all fairness, when did any of Ranok's plans unfold in the way he intended? It's a lovely day outside, and the air is much warmer than before. I sigh, glancing over to the table with a smile. Once this errand is over, and if the weather holds, I will have myself a nice drink here in the evening. Triss pulls me out of my daydream by rushing past me towards the path. I'm about to follow when I notice the bunny stumble and almost fall into the dirt, cursing under his breath. Don't step! That damn step. I try not to laugh, but a chuckle escapes my lips. Someone will lose their teeth on it one day. Makes me wonder how often he actually left the place. You'd think that uneven step would rather make a lasting impression. I jump over the faulty stone and stop next to the flustered bunny. I would have imagined that for a long-time attendant, you'd be used to it. Took me only a day to. Listen, it's better for you to shut up in public. It won't improve your chances if they learn you speak Old Sylvan as well. I tisk snarkily. Oh, you worry. Of course I do. You're suspicious as it is. Last thing I need is your stink being traced back to any of us. Now, let's go. I'm loving Alexander Smith's comment, though. Small Chungus. Is Trist Small Chungus? Let's find out. He waves his paw at me and we walk down the footpath leading towards the center of the village. There is a lot of movement this time around, mainly because it's midday. The wolves we pass give us unsettling looks, some very eager to bare their fangs and subdued growls. When we're out with Ranok, we're walking targets. Or when we're without Ranok, we're walking targets. Best to keep our heads low. He mutters and I comply, locking my gaze in the path in front of me. I suddenly feel very much exposed. Their penetrating gazes sending the wrong kind of shivers down my spine. My breath speeds up to match the tempo of my racing heart. Let me see if my heart rate is. This sort of hostility is something I'm not quite used to. Where did all the charm of this feasting go? My heart rate is 83 BPM. I was trying to fall asleep last night. It just kept going up to like 89 at some points. It was like in the 80s a lot. I was like, oh my goodness. I had to take a sleeping pill to even get me like tired. Anyway, relax. That's what they're after. To startle you. The bunny sighs and I try to steel myself, as opposed to iron. Those brutes look for any excuse to send a preykin into panic. Don't give them the satisfaction. I frown, finding it hard to believe even though I'm experiencing it firsthand. Then again, Vol does get a weird kick out of unsettling me. I'm sorry, I'm just like trying to figure out how I did that. I did it the first time, I'm like, wait, what did I just do? Like, this felt cool. Sorry, I'm annoying you guys. Maybe it's Ranok who's the odd one out. As we enter the center of the village, I glance over to the butchery. Unsurprisingly, it's up and running with Vol busy at work with his back turned towards us. I want to end our little spat and decide to approach. It's also a good idea to let him know I'm being led somewhere. Okay, what are you doing? Triss whispers at me in panic, but I ignore him with a shrug. I approach the counter and pat at it, drawing Vol's attention. Piglet. He looks rather surprised, but his expression is less sour than I expected. What? He cuts off, noticing Triss dragging behind me. I forgot that he doesn't know the bunny is in on our little secret. Just as the awkward silence falls upon us, I see Cora walk from around the corner. I give her a shy wave, sending Triss into a deeper shock. Oh, why, hello there, pet. Aren't you looking a picture? She smiles widely at me, while giving Triss an averse gaze. What are you two up to? I was wondering the same thing. Vol interjects. You, where to take him? The wolf points at me, making an exaggerated hand swing into the distance. I watch as Triss runs his paws behind his head, almost as if feeling an invisible wreath. He then joins them in front of his chest, mimicking a sloped roof. The chase place? Why? The bunny shrugs. I really struggled not to laugh at this whole charade. Oh, he'll be fine. He's got Ranok's crest on his collar. Oh, they'll treat him right. She winks at me, ruffling my hair. Anyway, I need 2 pounds of fresh ham and some sausages for the den. We're making a stew for the pups. I need something hearty. Vol gives me an improving look. Your luck, Piglet. And I made some fresh ones the other day. Or, your luck. Piglet and I made some fresh ones the other day. Oh, did you now? She looks to me with a kind smile. Oh, how industrious. Well then, I cannot wait to try them. She finally addresses Vol properly, and the black male has no choice but to return to conducting his business. Triss seizes this opportunity to pull me away with a rather angered expression. I look back worried about our hasty departure, but the wolves seem to pay us no mind. When we're a safe distance away, the bunny finally snaps at me. Your cluelessness is going to get us both killed. He scolds me and I give him a confused look. Don't acknowledge any wolf unless they acknowledge you first. And never give your attention to a low-ranking wolves in the presence of an alpha. I narrow my brows. Their social norms are so much different from what I'm used to. And I'm not aided by my personal rapport with Vol and the others. I guess I really need to up my game if I want to be inconspicuous. Sorry. It's all new to me. Seriously. He sneers. Volgar is the last wolf you want to fuck with. Or one of the first, depending on your meaning. Somebody's thirsty. I chuckle trying to ease him, but the bunny is clearly unsettled. It's not a joke. If you want to get killed, do so on your own time. Don't drag me down with you. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll try to keep their customs in mind. He sighs, looking at me with doubt. What about the elders? How do they rank in this society? Considering we're heading to the villa, you better give me a crash course. He nods in agreement as we walk around the stockades. I wouldn't want to end up here due to some slip-up. The hierarchy is quite simple. Chief is at the top,
you always acknowledge the chief. Then comes his advisor, in this case, Vither.
Yeah, that makes sense. We all love Vither.
After that, it's the elders, any and all of them. Only then you acknowledge the heir.
Ranok. I whisper and the bunny nods.
After the heir, it's the alphas in no specific order. If any of them are present, no one else exists. It's a grave insult to acknowledge a lower-ranking wolf before finishing with their superior.
I guess me interacting with Korra was another no-no then. So far, everything is a grave insult with these wolves.
You don't even know the half of it.
He mutters, pulling my hand.
Come on, pick up the pace.
We walk a little further, my feet relieved to feel undergrowth again, as the small pebbles of the village pathways quite hurt my soles. I notice that we're not exactly walking on grass, but rather moss-covered road. It's incredibly ancient by the look of it, and it cuts right into the thick of the woods. I stop in my tracks, absolutely amazed by the way the canopy arches above the trail, creating an illusion of a woodland tunnel pierced every now and then by an occasional light shaft reaching to the ground from high above. Wow, this looks amazing. I gasp in astonishment, trying to take in this spectacular view.
It's a bit overgrown.
The rabbit shrugs unenthusiastically. Sorry, I need to adjust myself. Ah, my back. That's what's beautiful about it. Finally, a shred of emotion other than a scowl. He might think I didn't notice him giving me curious glances, but I did. It seems he approves of my appreciation for nature.
It's an odd sylvan road. Or it's an old sylvan road, I apologize. It connects all the major groves to Tiernan.
Groves? I inquire, trying to seize the opportunity to build a proper rapport with the guy, but I might have acted too hastily. Trist only gives me a contemptuous look, deciding to ignore the question. Fine, don't tell me. I pout, placing my hands behind my head and giving myself an idle stretch. I assume they're important to the Sylvan folk.
Ugh, is that your game? To gather information.
He sneers, giving me an accusatory look. I'm only asking questions, trying to understand what's going on.
What's going on is that I don't buy your little damsel in distress act.
Okay, I'm not a damsel. I narrow my eyes and the bunny scoffs.
Sorry, must have gotten confused by your fancy dress.
Could you at least not be this difficult? I ask, rolling my eyes in annoyance. It's entirely unnecessary. If we are both to survive among the wolves, we have to stick together.
Together?
Together? Triss blinks and stops in his tracks.
Oh no, human.
He hisses, pushing his finger into my chest deep enough to cause me to wince.
I intend to stay as far away as possible from you. Because you...
I watch as he waves that finger in front of me, struggling to find the right words.
You are just a delayed death sentence in the making.
Why are you being so bitter? I haven't done anything to you. I ask, really not understanding his animosity now that we have a chance to talk. I don't find it being helpful to either of us. Haven't you now? Again, he sneers mockingly. Aside from taking my position, you are literally threatening to set this place ablaze. I didn't take it. Not intentionally, at least. And if it was up to me, you could have it back. My voice carries a cynical note. Like, how could he pin this on me? To claim I have some sinister intentions towards the tribe? He's insane. I am not a threat. Not a threat? Oh, you must be joking. Triss sneers and I just sigh in resignation, pushing right past him. I might not know where the villa is, but we're on the road for a reason, right? Fine. Suit yourself. Silence overtakes us as we continue our journey. We march for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but they drag on mercilessly. The only entertainment I have is watching the bunny fume over our exchange. He's definitely thinking of a comeback, and no sooner than I begin to smirk at his perpetual scowl, he breaks the silence. What would a human even be doing this far from any of his kin? Like, honestly, what is your goal here? I am just lost, Trist. I've been saying this the whole time. Yeah. As if anyone would buy it. Sooner or later, they'll figure out what you're up to. Who will? The elders. The chief. He shrugs. Why else would Vither want you there? Without Ranok covering your back, it's the prime opportunity to actually sniff you out. They'll make quick work of you, and things will be able to go back to normal. And this time, there is no Ranok to save you. He's doing it to get us killed. And then he's gonna just take his job back. You are just cold. He says in a cold, heartless tone, and it doesn't seem like he is joking. I slow down my pace, starting to think again, and this might be just a trap. What are you doing? He notices my tardiness as I finally come to a stop. You really are afraid, huh? Triss smiles with satisfaction, not knowing when to stop. Got yourself in too deep. Got yourself in too deep? Why are you being such a dick? Being nice was nowhere in my job description. He mocks me and looks forward, towards our destination. We need to get a move on. You're lagging behind. The bunny demands, but I don't care. Instead, I look behind in the direction of the village. I was supposed to stay in the house. I think I'm going to head back. Back? Are you insane? He shouts out, approaching me hastily. You do not ignore a summon from the chief, especially when the elders are involved. Ranok told me to stay put, but you dragged me out and put me in direct danger. What? He looks at me with shock. This has nothing to do with me. He protests, darting his wordy gaze between the road ahead of us and me. Look, I'm sorry I have upset you, but you cannot head back.
If they have to look for us, we'll both get in serious trouble.
His panic expression almost turns into a pleading one. I guess he was just pushing my buttons, but I cannot help the fact that he did get into my head.
Off to the chop.
No, not now. I state sternly, trying to stabilize myself. This isn't the time to unleash my inner Dorothy.
Yes, now. If you don't want to have some sense whipped into you by a very nasty wolf, just shut up and get a move on.
He sneers, grabbing my head, he just grabs my head, is like, come the fuck on. No, he sneers, grabbing my hand harshly and pulling me into a forced march. His fluffy paws are warm, and for whatever reason, it catches my attention. A distraction, perhaps, from another approaching panic attack.
Seriously, you're acting all over the place.
Trist grumbles, still holding my hand firm and enforcing a tempo. As I slap my thighs for the tempo. Yes, mentally I'm not exactly here and now. Comes with the territory of waking up in the middle of fucking nowhere with no memories.
As if.
He scoffs, and I have enough. If my shoulder wasn't hurting right now, I would just... I yank my hand free, stopping again in my tracks and giving him an angered look. The bunny is more than fed up with me, his expression making it clear, but then his attention shifts to my shoulders.
You're shivering. They'll notice that.
He states with concern, and I notice I'm wobbling like a jello. I guess my resolve isn't as strong as I'd hoped. I can't help it. I mutter, rubbing my hands across the arms.
You have to. They're all wolves there. I'm a damned rabbit, and even I can sense your fear.
You're the one who keeps freaking me out.
For a spy, your nerves are made of straw.
I'm not a spy. I shout out, my eyes getting glossed over. Fuck, I'm such Dorothy. Or more like a cowardly lion. Oh my god! He's going ham on the Wizard of Oz jokes. I can feel... God, I'm gonna have to probably watch Wizard of Oz sometime again soon. Yes, this is an invitation to watch it with fellow VN devs. No, I don't know how I'm gonna watch it. Dorothy seemed to keep her shit together slightly better than I do, all things considered.
Okay.
Trist rushes to my side, shushing me.
Just get your mind off of it. Try to relax.
I can't!
You have to. If I bring you in this state, it will cause them to sniff, and I'm sorry. But you seem to crack easier than brushwood. Just... relax.
His tone is now really desperate, as he places his paw on my chest and tries to calm me down. How?
Just... ask me things. You seem to be an inquisitive sort.
He struggles to come up with a distraction.
You must have some questions. You hardly shut up for someone who wants to keep their speech a secret.
He tries to make me laugh, and I involuntarily chuckle. I look at the paw that keeps hold of me and notice the silly barcode pattern. Pulls out the barcode scanner. Ooh, what's this QR code? What's up with the tattoo?
This? Never you mind.
Thank you for helping me. I narrow my brows. So much for asking things. I mutter, and the shivers rock me ever so slightly, causing the rabbit to reconsider. He squeezes my shoulder to steady me and releases a long sigh.
It's a map of my burrow, to remind me where I'm from.
It did?
That's all you get on the matter.
He interrupts me sternly.
We aren't buddying up, so don't ask me personal things.
Despite his tone, he keeps holding on to me. This little gesture allowed me to slow down the torrent in my head, and my emotions finally returned back under my control. Well, I was meaning to ask you something else. There was a book I read. It's called The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, a well-read human. Oh, imagine that.
He chuckles, tugging at my hand and trying to nudge me into a slow pace. Anyway, it talked about the Tiger Rebellion. It mentioned how the Sylvan folk were instrumental in defeating the lions, but I couldn't find any mention of the wolves.
Oh, why would you?
Huh? I blink in confusion.
Why would you find any specific mention of them?
You mean the wolves came here after the rebellion? This time he's the one that messes up the laptop that just turns off for some reason and I need to turn it back on, dang it. Sorry. That happens sometimes if, I don't know if a cable just gets adjusted somehow or crops out for a sec. Okay. Trist is very unamused by this shenanigan I just pulled. But this time he's the one who stops and looks at me with serious disbelief.
What is this? Are you for real?
I know you think I'm a spy, but can you just entertain my memory loss for a little bit? Especially when it doesn't threaten your safety. Or are you telling me your life somehow hinges on my access to ancient history?
Ugh, fine.
He concedes with an amused scoff, and we continue to walk.
I don't see what you could possibly gain from feigning such ignorance. So I suppose you were just badly educated. It was the system, man. Fuck the system.
Yes, veiled insults aside. Can you elaborate? Why weren't wolves mentioned in the Tiger Rebellion, but the Sylvan folk were?
Because wolves are Sylvan folk. Or, well, they used to be.
What? I thought you're the Sylvan folk. You're, bunnies?
I'm not a bunny. I'm a hare.
It's like what Case K when he gets angry about it. He looks at me sternly.
Sylvan folk are all sort of kin who follow the path of Sylvan. Wolfkin, deerkin, bearkin, all bound together for the common good.
Then why are wolves no longer a part of that? Have you heard of this story called Adastra, where they decide to break off from the parents? Oh, I can't. I'm sorry. That's the one Adastra joke I'm gonna get out of me.
Anyway, because wolves are exactly that. Wolves. Once we managed to chase off the lions and regain our freedom, wolves who for centuries were the shield protecting the Sylvan turned against it. I guess they just realized that they don't have to be equals anymore, but rather take that one step to elevate themselves above all others.
I frown, not really sure which side of the story to trust anymore. I find it hard to believe it was that simple.
I don't care what you believe. The facts speak for themselves. The lions got the boot, and the wolves took their place.
I thought the tigers did.
The Tigeri took the heart of Avalon for themselves, staking claim to the most lush and fertile land of the continent. They didn't give two shits about some woodlands in the peripheries of their territory.
I ponder, trying to digest the information. In all fairness, I'm getting more and more conflicting reports. The book made lions to be the villains, with Tigeri and Sylvanfolk praised as the true champions of justice and equality, while Ranok sees all of it as bogus. Now Triss says it's the wolves who are the bad guys? I mean, they do seem a bit unhinged at times and slightly on the extreme side of things, but this whole thing is so confusing. Ranok seems to dislike the tigers, I mutter, gauging the rabbit's opinion. He believes the rebellion was a lie, that the tigers were the ones who replaced the Lion King.
Tigers allowed other races to self-determine their future. That's more than that can be said of the wolves. They simply determined that Tiernan is theirs and no one else's.
I frown. He's clearly biased, and Triss quickly notices my doubt.
I mean, look at you. Didn't take long for Ranok to place that collar on you. One way or another, wolves always mark their territory. For all the bluster about making a change, Ranok never really considered the foundations upon which his entire worldview is built. He wants to repaint the cracks in the wall, while the only just thing to do is to tear down the whole damn thing.
I'm getting very abolish the police vibes. But I'm not gonna get political and explain my views on it. Anyway. You can follow my Twitter if you want to see my more political takes and agreements on things. You'll know how I view that. Anyway, he concludes his passionate speech, but I'm unconvinced. Yes, Ranok does seem to be confused and wrapped up in the delicate balance between change and traditions, but his heart seems to be in the good place most of the time. Is that why you were giving him the stink eye while in his service? Because he's not as radical or revolutionary as he liked him to be? Or because he's not as radical of a revolutionary as he liked him to be?
He's a wolf. He might seem nicest of the pack, but he's still one of them.
I stop, looking at him with a rather disappointed expression. That's a bit racist.
A wolf will always remain a wolf. They only look out for each other.
He simply shrugs it off and continues walking on. I guess he's not going to deny it. I try to make up the distance, but as much as the conversation became uncomfortable, I could not just drop it. He's got Ranok all wrong. I was lost and injured. He saved my life.
Ranok doesn't care about you or your life. Neither does any other wolf for that matter. I don't know what sorcery you used to avoid getting killed on sight, but I know it ain't natural.
Well, you're wrong.
Am I?
He pushes his finger into my chest once again, stopping us in our track.
How long have you been here?
A week? 2?
I've lived with Ranok for nearly a year. I'd say I'm a far better judge of his character than you are.
That makes it even more pathetic that you can't find the step that is bad. It makes it even more pathetic that you trip on that step still. Did he mistreat you? I asked plainly, fed up with his weird beef against the wolf.
What?
Did he mistreat you? I reiterate, and he just stares at me blankly.
Define mistreat.
Seriously? I scoff.
What's your point, human?
If you're saying that wolves are bad, I just want to know what that means for me. From one attendant to another. Ugh. He storms off from me, clearly annoyed with my line of thinking. It only proves to me he doesn't have any actual dirt on Ranok. I cannot believe my wolf would do anything to harm him. I simply follow behind the bunny, determined to have him vocalize what I already know. It's a simple question, Trist. Did Ranok mistreat you?
No, he didn't mistreat me.
Did he order you around? Demand anything of you? I continue, getting exasperated by his blunder, or his bluster, which comes from so far unfounded dislike towards an entire race.
No.
So, he wasn't lying when he said you were able to simply mooch off of him while doing fuck all in return.
Mooch off?
He stops again, rushing towards me and squaring off angrily. Oh shit, we're getting in a fight. Oh god, I can't fight, Triss. My back hurts. I am an old man. Don't hurt me, I'm an elder. I can see his paws close into tight fists, and I half expect a sucker punch, but it never comes.
Listen here, you glorified, fancy little fucking fuck toy. I never asked to be here.
He sneers angrily, and I'm about to retort to his insult when he spits his words at me like bullets in quick succession.
My burrow suffered 2 harsh winters in a row. I saw my friends and siblings succumb to starvation, while we had to ship off what little food we had to those damn wolves as tribute. You see them feasting and dancing every night, gorging ourselves on ridiculous amounts of food, our food. You find it charming. I saw you joining the fun as if you were one of them. Well, know this. All that merriment happens on the back-breaking labor of my kin.
I just stare at him, his tiny rattled chest raising and falling in quick succession. Wow. I didn't know. I blurt out remorsefully.
For the right to live in our groves, the wolves demand tribute. And that tribute has to be paid, no matter the cost. Finally, when we had nothing to spare and the tribute ended, we had to surrender our firstborns. That's how I got this.
He points to his collar, and I instinctively touch my very own.
The last time I saw my mother was when she was huddled in the dirt. She was screaming my name as I was dragged away by those brutes to pay off a debt my burrow incurred for the insult of running out of food. So, yes, I don't consider Ranok's lax attitude a saving grace. I don't acknowledge any of those wolves for anything more than what they actually are. Savage monsters who will murder us without batting an eye if we step out of line. So, you better wake up and smell the roses.
I can see his nose twitch as he takes an idle sniff.
Or lavender in your case. Oh, you even smell like a whore.
Listen here, you little shit. Gets Amicus to come in and beat him up. Get the Lavender Gang to come in and beat him up. I'm stunned, standing there in complete shock and utter disbelief. If what he says is true, The wolves committed unforgivable extortion. This is America. It makes his behavior so much more justifiable. But even if it is true, if the wolves are as whole, if the wolves as a whole are like this, then I gotta get out of here.
They're all the same.
No. God damn it, not again. No. Ranok's different. I mutter, the panic quickly returning.
Psh, naive and stubborn.
The bunny shrugs.
Do as you wish, but you're fooling yourself thinking any of them are your friend. I would feel pity for you had I not disliked you so much.
I just stand there, helplessly confused. This would be quite an interesting twist if... I've never seen a story do this where... It would be crazy if they took, like, somebody like Trist, like, where it feels like he's kind of one against all of them, and then somehow, like, a twist at the end makes it so that Trist then ends up becoming in our good favors or whatnot, and we start to really land towards his side of things, and it turns out then the wolves are on the bad end of things. And then it's like, we completely 180 with that. Like, that would just be, what one heckin' twist. Sorry, just random thought in my head. But I was helplessly confused. As he walks a fair distance from me, he finally stops, giving me an annoyed stare.
You know what?
Do whatever the fuck you like.
I'm just going to tell them you ran away. Should make for a fun evening for the packs. They always enjoy a good sport.
No. I shake my head, finally shaking out of my stupor and approaching him.
Oh, so you're coming then?
Good.
But don't you dare question my situation again, or I will get you killed. One way or the other.
I don't respond. Not because I particularly believe his threat, but because I can see that the bunny is very much speaking out of anger. Not that I blame him. Knowing the context of his wardship does explain a lot. But at the same time, it's clear he's not giving anyone a chance. Not to Ranok. Not even to me. If anything, he simply perpetuates his loneliness and bitterness through choice. I feel called out. Holy crap. Our circumstances are very much the same in one single aspect. We both have no way out other than to follow the lead. What we can choose, though, is to make the best of a bad situation. Trist just decides to make a bad situation worse. You know, you're the first person I actually get to talk to outside that damned house. Despite you doing your darndest to spoil this for me, I still am going to enjoy it for what it's worth.
Then enjoy it in silence.
He sneers angrily and I simply shrug. I guess our relationship will continue to be shaky. I understand some of his points, but he cannot be writing off an entire people that easily. Vol being the prime example. At first I hated the black male with all my heart. He was fear incarnate. Especially after he choked me out. The first time actually. Sorry, I just thought of a dumb meme with that. But the second time wasn't as terrifying. Just disappointing. I'm not mad, just disappointed. No, but the meme I was thinking of is just like, I don't know, just like, you know how it's like, you know, you always see Homer choking Bart or whatever. And so you have Volgor instead of Homer and Kalen instead of Bart. Just any time, it's just like, oh man, somebody's got to make that. What is it? Like, what are they, like the Tyrannons or whatever? It'd just be called like the Tyrannons, like a full series. I reluctantly rub my throat, again reminded I'm wearing a collar like a pet. Although Triss tried to ruin it for me, I still prefer to think of it as a memento. However, my personal attachments don't justify the shit those wolves are doing. Things are much darker around here than I originally thought. But Vol proved best that you cannot judge a book by its cover. I'm sure that for any questionable aspect of their way of life, there is another awe-inspiring one. Just like the name trees. Experiencing that living cemetery in person left a lasting impression, as many other things will in time. We continue walking in silence, with Trist's expression softening as the time passes by. The villa seems to be quite some distance from the village. Roughly half an hour into our trek, I hear the bunny exhale heavily and give me a more toned look. Nearly there. I can see he cooled off, and I decide to seize the opportunity to bury the proverbial hatchet. Okay, we clearly got off on the wrong foot. No shit. We can fight and squabble all we like, but for the moment, we're in this together. Since we're about to enter the wolf den, I suggest we make a temporary truce. I don't trust your naive stick one bit. You're either dumb or a spy. I still haven't decided which. Neither make a convincing argument for any sort of dealings with the likes of you. He tries to sound nasty, but I shrug, not even acknowledging his jabs. As the silence protracts, he first dawns a scowl on the count of my lack of reaction, but then his expression softens until he sighs in defeat. I guess rational thinking takes this guy a while. Ugh. You're right. If you fuck up, chances of me getting out unscathed are low. Especially with the 3 alphas involved. You seem to be close with them. I don't suppose Ranok would easily forgive if anything happened to his new perfumed toy while under my care. He says the last words with clear displeasure. I suppose for today we can have truce. This seems very disingenuous, and as much as I want to tell him to shove such a truth beneath his tail, I have no idea what I'm in for. Fuck. I curse under my breath. This won't be an easy alliance. Okay, but could you stop being such a dick all the time? Fine. As long as you stop talking out of your ass. My eyes widen in shock, and I want to see another argument, when I realize it won't get us anywhere. I release an exasperated sigh and simply extend my hand towards him. Fine. He looks at me with a slight surprise, as if he didn't know what I meant. Your people don't shake on deals? Shake? I just grab his paw and show him how it's done. He seems confused as to the meaning of the gesture, carefully inspecting his paw once it's free as to see if I've done anything to it. Huh. I'll try to follow your lead, but if I sense a trap, this entire setup is a trap. The bunny grumbles, shaking off his paw as if he wanted to be rid of my cooties. Elders were furious at Varys's little stunt. They boycotted the feast ever since your presence was discovered. They want their displeasure widely known. So that's why I haven't seen any old wolves there. Sending you into the villa to that private meal is going to provoke a reaction. Although I'm scared of the wolves, I'm hardly intimidated by some geriatric beastmen. Honestly, I feel geriatric right now. Fuck me. Why does my back hurt? What are they going to do? Berate me? Bunk me with their canes? We'll be fine. Just don't fuck me over. Right. Back at you, human. Just as we finish our little exchange, I notice a small opening in the canopy, which allows more of the light to flood into the woodland tunnel. There are 2 tall columns on the left side flanking a pathway leading from the Sylvan Road. Just as we take that turn, my eyes witness the most unexpected of sights. It's a palace. Holy crap, Lois! It's the Tyrnon Palace! Okay, I'm just gonna quickly save here in case anything goes crazy. And just take a break at this point, because my back is acting up. And I just want to take a little drink and get a little break in there. No Family Guy references, I'm sorry. Wasn't even much of a reference, just an impression. But yeah, I don't watch Family Guy. So, user input from potato being ignored. What are you doing with the potato? I saw the chat talking about triangles for a while. Now we're on potatoes? What is happening? Oh my god. I just saw Fangwolf's question. If I'd top or bottom Dono if he was real. I'm not sure if I trust him enough. I'm not sure if he'd be my type. I don't know. Honestly, with him, it'd probably be more so top. I don't know. Probably a switch at least. Weird question to ask, but usually I don't answer too many of these questions on YouTube. Yeah, the blackness of the ocean, man. If I just could walk to it now. It'd be so dark. And so cold. That's why I'm not going outside right now. I'm too weak. They look down at the blackness of the ocean. What a deep thought. I saw this really interesting deep thought thing like painted onto like a electrical box thing or whatever on like the sidewalk or whatever. But it had this really interesting quote on there that said, "You only see what your mind allows you to comprehend." Like, it was so deep, and I just was like, damn. It's like, yeah, you only see what you want to believe in that sense with a lot of those things. Especially when it comes to like research and whatnot. Even if it's not completely your way, it's like you do the most to put it in your own way or excuse things. But yeah. Anyway, I I should probably start soon. I'm gonna start in like a minute, so 1:40. Oh, this is my first break of this stream. Oh god, my back. I'm just gonna stretch out. That's better for now. And I got 15 seconds. I have a question. Quick, ask it before time flies by. Oh no, potato again. No more potatoes, please. Spare the chat. What is the date and time for you now? I'm curious for your time zones. Have you heard of Pacific time? Like, you know how America has like 4 time zones, like Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern. Pacific is the furthest west of it, so it's technically the furthest behind from like the central axis, whatever it's called, the Grand Meridian, whatever. Prime Meridian? Whatever. But yeah, basically we are 8 hours behind the official, 8 or 9 hours behind that official time zone. So right now it's 12:45 in the morning, and it is technically Sunday morning. So Saturday night to Sunday morning. Yeah, 12:45 a.m. So hopefully I can get this done soon enough that I can actually get sleep after this. Anyway, I'll start the reading now. So good question though. Good to know for timing things. I'll probably do a poll maybe in the future for stream info and whatnot. Let's keep going. Holy crap! Sorry, I'm not gonna take that phrase seriously. I gasp in astonishment as I finally get to see the villa. It completely throws me off as I did not expect it to look like this. Sophisticated. What's the matter? I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this is something. Looks very Romanesque. Romanesque. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't get it! I chuckle, shaking my head. It's a remnant of the old kingdom, left to rot in the woods like a dozen other Leonine residences. This one doesn't look rotten. Oh, Ranok's grandfather began restorative efforts. By the time your master was born, it was pretty much completely refurbished. I frown a little as he calls Ranok my master, but I guess that's what he is in official capacity. Does this mean Ranok grew up here? Of course. I'm surprised that the wolf chose to live in this cozy little cottage while he could have just stayed here. His father even invited him back when I was hiding in the chest. This place could easily pass off as a palace. As we walk down the courtyard, I look at how well kept the hedges are. It must take a lot of work to keep this place well maintained. I should know. I'm the one doing it now. Oh, that sucks. Yes. Sorry about that. It is what it is. The rabbit shrugs as we pass next to the small fountain planted in the middle of the yard. There are the kitchens and the stores. Trish points to the right and then turns my attention towards the left side. That's where the wards live. Obviously, you're staying with Ranok now, but should you need to find help, that's where they'll be. I nod, noticing a little bitterness in his voice as he mentions my current accommodation. I want to apologize, but he suddenly stops as another bunny leaves through the large porculus.
Now it's a good time for you to shut up.
Hey, Trist! What took you so long? A slender female... Oh, that's a female. Hey, Trist, what took you so long? A slender female calls out as she carries a basket of linen towards the kitchens.
Ah, the human is as dumb as a mule. What can you do?
Oh, you dirty. You do us dirty, Trist. I dart my eyes to Trist in a slight annoyance. Yeah, he looks kinda taffy, doesn't he?
Yep.
He laughs it off and waits for the female to go about her business.
Was that necessary?
I muttered through my clenched lips.
Oh, poor Kit. You need a thicker skin to serve here.
I don't think I like this insinuation.
Too bad, 'cause those wolves don't care.
Oh, come on. He waves at me and we walk towards the doorway. As we pass beneath the porculus, I notice an inscription. I can swear it's Latin. Oh no, more Latin! No! Virte Vilgida Dumbus. Nailed it! Could someone get me Google Translate? Oh, never mind. Thanks, Kael. Somehow I know what it means. In virtue, a house shines. How fitting for a place Ranok grew up in. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like big scene transition. As we enter the villa, my eyes take a while to readjust to the sparse lighting inside the enclosed corridor. I blink, trying to regain my vision, and am immediately taken aback. Don't fall into the pool, Kaelin. I'm amazed at how perfectly the building blends simple, functional architecture with a few elaborate details to create a refined aesthetic. And the atrium stands as a testament to that. I'm most fond of the sizable pool collecting the rainwater from the opening above. The recliners on each side seem quite comfy. This looks definitely Roman, and I'm starting to get more and more confused about the whole deal with this place. I watch water lilies dance merrily on the mirror-like surface and smile. If I hear la-di-da from him ever again...
Listen very carefully. I shall say this once. When inside...
That's a trash can, don't worry. Our trash can can be very loud because of the big handle. No worries, first time I heard it too, I thought it was a gunshot. Anyway.
When inside, you'll be very much on your own, so tread carefully.
He utters in a worried whisper.
You know the chief and Vither already. They have their days, but the others are a different matter entirely. They are not to be trifled with. Especially not Aldris. Oh, she's the mean, fat one. Then there's her childhood friend, Dran. Be careful around them.
I nod.
They're both cunts.
Put very bluntly, Trist.
They're both cunts. Worse yet, they're very observant cunts. You can ignore Enil. She's a senile old she-wolf and spends most of her time either sleeping or daydreaming.
Oh, now I feel bad for her. She's getting towards the end of her life. Oh. Trist takes a deep breath, as if trying to muster his courage.
Since you understand their language, try to ignore verbal cues. Only respond to gestures.
I know. I've been discreet so far. He scoffs at me, giving me a patronizing look.
If you call that embarrassing display of that feast discreet, then we're both fucked. Right. Here goes nothing.
Triss sighs and finally leads us into the next room. Wow. Oh, I love it. It feels a bit like... It feels like a mix of medieval, though. A little bit to me. Am I crazy? I don't think I know medieval that well, but it does give me that medieval, maybe Renaissance feel a little bit here. I'm loving that vibe. Oof. The vibe check has been passed by the villa. I nearly gasp, taking a step back at the sight of what I assume is the Great Hall of the Chief. The space is grandiose, with 3 columns on each side propping up the elevated rooftop. I look around, taking in the light cascading from up above and seeping in from a set of windows on the far side. I spot the throne as we approach the middle of the room, which features an open hearth surrounded by tables. Oh god, the old people! They're all so old. I'm assuming the one in the middle is the one. I forgot her name, but she's the fat one. Oh, I mean, she obviously is. But she's the one that's supposed to be very observant. Then there's the one on the right who... low-key. Oh my god, stop. Stop itself. And then a nice old lady on the side. Maybe she's the friend. The gathered took notice of our arrival. 5 wolves in total. The chief sits comfortably in the center chair, leaning to his left side, clearly discussing something with Vither, who replenishes his drink. I haven't seen the other wolves before. Not even at the feast. Wait a minute, is the chief the one on the far right? Am I crazy? I'm not sure. Is it that? It's a different one. Chief's a different guy. It would seem they're all enjoying an afternoon snack, aside from a solitary, slender old female which is either dead or asleep. I'm guessing that's a Neil. Or a Nell. Oh, finally, I thought the damned rabbit had bolted. Fetching our own wine grew tiresome. A stubby, nasty-looking she-wolf speaks in a rather unpleasant tone, drawing my attention to the right. They don't do that after we made an example of the last one. Her rounded neighbor replies, and they both laugh sardonically, causing my skin to crawl at the remark. It would seem one of the Sylvan folk tried to quit his place as a ward. Guess it didn't work that way. Oh, so this is the human. The female muses, straining her ant-sized eyes in my direction. Just the sight of that thing makes my bowels churn. I very much doubt you can see me, you old bat. Why is it dressed like that? Is it a sapphire set in gold? I thought he was found naked. If your bowels churn now, perhaps it's the best he's dressed at all. Vither laughs, allowing his voice to rumble across the hall. Oh, quite right. The female nods, picking through some niblets on one of the plates. Wait. What is this? She suddenly mutters, toying with something in her paw. Is this provolone cheese? I asked for mozzarella! You damned fool! Oh boy, she gonna break our necks. Holy shit, she nearly howls at Trist. I told you to bring me dates! These are figs, you idiot! The old female throws a hard lump towards him, hitting the bunny on the chest. Okay, now I really hate the Wolven tribe. A lot. Like a lot. As the projectile plops to the floor, I look down at it. I might not know how a candied fig would look like, but that there is a date clear as day. That bitch needs some spectacles pronto. And by get her attitude checked. Oh, I went backwards. The bunny nods apologetically and runs off. The bunny nods apologetically and rushes off behind one of the doors. I swear, if she throws anything at me, I'm going to secretly spit in her food. You shorter sentences, please. The old male mutters, rubbing his temple. I cannot stand the sound of that language. It's like your tongue has swollen and you're choking on it. Not this again. Oh god, I really need to be extra careful. I cannot distinguish their language hopping. In all honesty, it feels like as if I'm being pranked. You monkey! Come here. Me? Me? Monkey? Oh. Have a good night, lad. Nick's going to wake me up early. Oh. That'll be cute, though. Yeah. Tell him I said hi. Anyway. She calls out to me. Come here. She reiterates when I'm not speedy enough with my reaction. I approach slowly, standing next to her chair. The old hag grabs my hands harshly, pulling closer, almost causing me to trip. She twists my wrists to reveal the inside of my palms and leans in. For a second, I think the female's about to lick them, but now I see she's squinting to better see. Good thing about those furless beasts is that it's quite easy to gauge who they actually are. She speaks, smacking her lips. Skin, you see? Without fur wears off easily. She finally shoves my hands away, forcing me to take a step back. This one hasn't worked a day in their life. Hardly true. Vol did take me through my paces, and I did clean Ranok's house over twice now. A noble, then. Here we go again. And you say he doesn't speak neither Venna nor Freya? Nope. Oh, curious. Trist gives me a worried glance as he returns with another bowl. He bows respectively as he presents it to the female. She plucks one of the daints and munches on it impatiently. Good. Much better. She waves at him dismissively, while I regard the other plate on the table. It's the same fucking thing! Literally, Kaelin just went, they're the same picture. As I roll my eyes, I feel a paw run through my lower back, causing me to jump in shock. Oh god, my back! Ah!
That dress is quite expensive. Not to mention the belt. Doesn't it strike you as a bit insulting to have a slave walk around in such finery?
Holy shit, get the fuck off your high horses. I fucking hate y'all. Bingo. So the distinction isn't lost only on me, but on the wolves as well. Ward my ass. How did Ranok even afford this? Scandalous.
I wouldn't know. As far as I remember, Ranok's pay remains untouched in the treasury. Perhaps you should look in on this. Your boy seems to have sticky paws. Since when spending one's own coin amounts to stealing?
Why would you waste such fortune on?
It wasn't Ranok. That dress was bought by...
Oh, no, wait. That's Vither.
It wasn't Ranok. That dress was bought by Volgar.
A long gush of red wine sprays across the room as the old male chokes on his drink. I'm not gonna do a spit take for y'all. He's coughing real bad, and now I nearly allow a satisfied smirk to escape me. I'm pulled out from my stupor by the sound of the female snapping her fingers at Trist. You! Clean! I fucking hate this place so damn much! Abolish this damn villa! She claps her paws and her utterly contemptuous tone starts to irritate me. You and me both. I watch her with pity as Triss nods and rushes to the side to fetch a water bucket and some cloth. Ew! Her annoying voice now echoes in my direction. Wine! She points to the old male's chalice. Wine! She reiterates as I decide not to respond. I'm dumb after all, no? By the moonlight's wine, you pathetic witch! Or pathetic wretch! Oh my god, this voice is just getting me. Holy shit, she growls at me, mimicking a drinking motion. On the outside, I simply nod gracefully and walk towards the side cupboard to pick up a jug. But on the inside, I am screaming. Trist points with his hand to the correct flagon. Flagon? 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 I don't know. And I nod to him gratefully. I begin to really feel sorry for the bunny. I do hope this level of abuse is not his daily bread and butter. I approach the old male, waiting a moment to allow him to end his coughing fit as he struggles to keep his cup in level. Finally, I just refill it. That's when the female pushes her own cup in my direction. I have half a mind to spill the wine over her head. So tempting. But I know better. Also, I wouldn't want to add to Trist's load, seeing as he frantically scrubs the floor. Once both their drinks are replenished, she waves me away and I step to the side.
What's this nonsense about Volgor buying a dress for a human?
The male finally wheezes out, "He nearly drowned in that wine." Nearly. What a pity.
I doubt it was intended for the human, as that was over 5 years ago. He asked me to help him shop in Strandbad.
Why would he want to buy a dress? Why would he want to buy a dress?
I don't know.
Vither shrugs indifferently, only to snigger.
Maybe he likes playing dress up at night.
Volgar playing dress up. They all start thinking that. Volgar's just like,
If I hear anybody talk about my dress up, I will kick your ass!
oh, he would just obliterate us. Oh, man.
Maybe he likes to play dress up at night. He had the coin. The rest is no business of mine.
The female growls softly, annoyed that he dodged her question. And how did that expensive Tigeri dress end up on this human filth?
Again, I don't know. Nor do I care.
He responds nonchalantly. However, I can see a slight shift in his expression.
Why don't you ask him yourselves? I'm sure Volgar would love to indulge you.
Oh! Oh! The camera shakes! Oh, I'm spinning in my chair. Get him, Vither! Get her! Get her! Do it! Do it! Oh, this is like... Get him! Damn, Vither! Vither's on fire tonight! He proposes cheekily, and both elders simply cough it off in this typical geriatric way.
I can have him stripped naked if that dress bothers you so. However, considering your gag reflex...
Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't want to think about old people with that. The chief adds in a mocking way. But I don't find the joke funny. No, I do not. Yes, Varak. Very droll.
Shall we then return to the matter at hand? Better wake her up. Or is she finally dead?
We'll just throw her out the window. Just test her out. The old male points to the third elder seated on the other side of the room, and I wonder the same. She's such a frail, ancient-looking female, and I didn't get to pay any attention or pay any mind for the lack of movement.
Hello?
He calls out.
Hello?
No! It's 1 in the morning. I don't know why I went that hard. I hope I do not get a noise complaint. Holy crap. The hag next to him shouts out while throwing a candy date at her target. What was that? What's happening? Finally, life stirs into the old she-wolf.
We were discussing Ranok's scouting mission.
Ranok is, Varrok's son, right? Or is it the other way around? Oh, she's lost it. The female asks, and I just open my eyes wide. Is this for real?
What are you talking about? How could it be the other way around?
I'm sorry. I'm only half paying attention. Falls back asleep.
Haven't you been paying attention for the past 20 years? Get her some wine. Should clear up her mind.
He points to me, and although initially I want to react, I remember that I need to double down on my dumb act, so I just stand still.
You. Wine.
The male nearby growls, and then that's when Triss gets up from the floor, dropping the wine-stained rag back into the bucket. He approaches me and takes the jug from my hand. The bunny walks towards a nail further to fill her cup, while the two nasty elders glare at me intensely.
What's the point of that idiot? Of what possible use could he be to Ranok? My son seems satisfied with his service. He says he's a good attendant.
The chief shrugs, taking a sip of his wine.
Attendant?
The hag scoffs.
He's more like a pillar. Pillars are at least nice to look at. Ugly damn thing. Ruins my appetite.
Triss gives me an empathetic look as he passes by to return the jug to the cupboard. Oh, this wine is absolutely lovely. What year is it?
Last year, love. It's a young cask from my own reserves.
It does hit the spot. Doesn't it, Verlis? Doesn't it, Varys? She smiles to the pudgy female and her eyes open wide in annoyance.
I'm Aldris!
Oh, so you are. This is the worst. Oh boy, she's lost it. And Nell gives her another kind smile.
Seriously? She's always bringing up my bloody sister! It's like she's tried to wind me up!
I struggle to contain a chuckle, seeing the hag so easily upset.
We're going to starve here. We're going to starve here at this pace.
Vither grumbles and waves his paw gently at the bunny.
Trist! Chickens!
His voice, although loud, carries a rather polite tune. The bunny nods and bids me to follow him into the side room. The shelves are stocked high with different jars and containers. At a quick glance, it's obvious the chamber serves the role of a pantry. Two tables at the side are stocked high with different dishes. Cold meats, fruits, veg, and raw poultry. It's not cooked, I whisper, poke at the squishy chicken breast. We're not gonna be bringing up breasts again like my last video.
Yeah, we'll need to do it. We'll need to do it on the spit. Can you fetch it?
The one from the main hall. The bunny nods and I shrug, returning back to the sprawling room.
Back to the point at hand. What are we going to do about patrols? We can't send packs blindly into the woods when we don't even know what's happening at the border.
I walk slowly towards the open hearth, trying not to draw too much attention to myself. Creaky chair, giving away my cover.
I'd say we need to call in the outer alphas.
Isn't that a bit drastic?
Drastic? We've lost 2 packs in the northern reaches.
Oh boy. I retrieved the long prong, careful not to burn myself with it. Fuck.
We haven't lost them. We know where they are. We just lost contact, which is a whole deal different.
The subject of the conversation catches my attention, and I'm trying to be as tardy as possible while still remaining inconspicuous. I walk in with my burning stick. We told you to wait another week before starting a panic! And yet you ignored us and sent Ranok on a rescue mission.
I didn't send him. I actually advised against it, but he volunteered anyway out of duty. Can't stop an alpha from trying to locate his missing tribeswolves now, can we? Because of his departure, the entire village is talking about them as if they were dead.
Yeah, witnessed that myself.
What if they are? If worse comes to pass, having outer alphas mobilized is the right course of action.
This is exactly the type of hysteria that leads to disaster. Young hot bloods uprooting civil governance through brute force. Oh, I spit so hard on that. Oh, Lord. That was bad.
Are you suggesting I'm planning a coup?
I stop in my tracks and gaze towards the chief, whose expression betrays he very much is losing his composure. Or it's betraying that he very much is losing his composure. Whether your plan won or not, it's beside the point. Whether warriors gathered in one place and left idle inevitably led to unrest.
Psst. What are you doing?
Trist waves at me from the pantry, and I pull myself from my daze. We will deal with this way we always have. With patience and clear mind. As I enter the room, I close up the doors. Not quite, still very much intent on eavesdropping.
Ranok should be back in a few days. If the pack perish, then we'll be able to mobilize the entire tribe. Until then, we'll just wait.
What's going on?
They're talking about Ranok's scouting mission. And some political stuff. I mutter, passing him the spit and listening on. Either way, I doubt Vortigern has any new signs on Tiernon. He's prepared for another raid, most likely.
Which is more the reason to stay put. If he decides to target the Tiger, the last thing you want is having an army amassed in their village.
I've heard that word, Tigeri. Please tell me those idiots aren't planning another war.
The buddy whispers while impaling the chickens onto the prong one by one. Is this going to be the Trist redemption arc? Yo, are we getting a Trist redemption arc? I know I was hating on him so much earlier, but honestly, getting more backstory with him. I could totally get it, especially looking at what's in power right now. Holy crap. It will make us look like accomplices. You of our wolves should know that tigers do not distinguish easily between us. I was a pup then. I've seen what they're capable of. You don't want to invoke the wrath of Tigeron.
Especially not on account of someone else's foolish endeavor.
think so. I reply uncertainly, getting lost in their conversation.
Suppose for a moment it's not a raid, though. Suppose Vortigern is very much eyeing out the other tribes.
They seem to be worried about someone called Vortigern. Do you know who that is?
A whole lot of Tiernan knows who that he is. He's an ambitious wolven chief from the north and very bad news for everyone. If they're actually worried about him, things are worse than I thought. Oh, but this changes everything.
The bunny ponders, his expression beaming with determination. What does?
You understanding though? Look, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but my people are always the ones who pay the price in any conflict.
His voice is almost pleading.
If you hear anything indicating that my people might be in danger, you must tell me.
Of course. I nod. This was never in question. We gotta help him. We gotta help our rabbit hare. He says he's not a bunny. Man, we gotta help him out. Drew simply smiles and passes me the spit. It's quite heavier now that the 3 chickens weigh it down. So thick.
Go in there and rotate it slowly. I'll give you an excuse to listen on. Or it will give you an excuse to listen on.
I nod and do exactly as told.
Well, if that's the case, it was only a matter of time.
What was it? 30 years since the last tribal war?
I should know.
Vither grumbles in annoyance, poking at one of his scars.
Do you know how I got these scars?
Oh, would it have been just 20, had your father had his way? The female waves at the chief as I carefully install the prong back into the hearth and begin to slowly turn the handle.
So this is your counsel? Do nothing?
This is America.
Last time you took drastic action, we all paid the price.
Perhaps now you listen to your elders. Caution isn't the same as an action.
When facing a threat of war, sometimes the best response is not draw your sword, but rather reach for the quill.
I noticed the chief and Vither exchanged exasperated gazes.
So. You are the peacekeepers now.
His tone is so cynical that it makes even me doubt their true motives.
Yes, we are.
And if you claim to be so interested in peace, I don't understand your tardiness. When is Maven going to arrive? Both wolves are of age now. We should move as fast as possible. Huh? Which wolves? Oh god, he's gonna burn the chicken, isn't he? Pay attention to the chicken, Kaelin!
I quite agree. The alliance was decades in the making. We can't let current circumstance sow any doubt in Eokane's mind.
His firstborn is a prize in her own right. You're willing to let her slip through your fingers? Oh, are they gonna try and get her to marry Ranok or something? And it's like, oh boy.
She should be here around the equinox.
The chief waves dismissively. That late? Oh, why not now?
The lover's moon would have been an auspicious sign to seal the deal.
and perhaps even make them truly bond. I have a nagging feeling they're discussing Ranok as intended, and I feel as if a rock formed inside my stomach. I dozed off again. What did I miss? The ancient female stirs up. I almost forgot she was even there. We're talking about Maive. Oh, good. Some border pudding, perhaps? I was getting quite peckish. Maive, not maize? What is the matter with you? I'm sorry. I thought it was a working luncheon.
You're becoming quite annoying.
The old male snarls, and I try my hardest to look completely clueless. But it's becoming quite a challenge. Hold on, let me look for a second. I don't think Aldris, or whatever her name is, has a band. Did she never have kids? Wait, the old male snarls, and I try my hardest to look completely clueless, but it's becoming quite a challenge.
Rushing this match would make us look desperate. I don't want the other tribes thinking we're weak.
It's always a dick measuring contest. If I had to take a drink for every time I could make it a "This is America" joke, I am actually gonna be dead tonight. No, wait, that's Fither.
Especially now. Having the human here made us look like fools to begin with.
Fither draws their attention to me, and again the old wolves give me nasty gazes. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Just smile and turn. Smile and turn. Round and round the spit goes.
Which reminds me, how did he manage to get past our patrols? Did you punish anyone? Like who? We don't even know which one of the sentries failed.
If the human is here, then they all failed. Should have selected any wolf and simply made an example out of him. So we're in this kind of tribe. Great!
Should have killed that mongrel as well.
Can we stop fucking killing people, for example? Holy shit, you want to get your dick sweated with power and shit. This is why I don't like being in a war profiting country. It's like I want to move. I need to think about citizenship. Damn, Triss wasn't kidding. Those two are actually and absolutely horrible. In my time?
Your time never came, old she-wolf. So you're barking under the wrong tree. Do we really have to have this talk during a meal? All those calls for blood make me lose my appetite.
A discreet smile escapes me. Fither is such a good wolf. Can't we all agree? I guess the tech area really did rub off on him. This is not a silly matter, pup!
In case your eyes went along with your senile mind, I am no pup, and haven't been gone one in quite some time.
Impertinent!
Please, keep at least some level of decorum. These other kin are watching.
The chief growls, pointing to me and Trist, who's now arranging small plates with cold meats around the table.
And ask them to turn around and face the walls. Now, really?
The male scoffs, clearly finding the comment distasteful. Have they been here this whole time? And Nell points to us, darting her very confused eyes between me and the bunny. I guess the others did not deign to entertain her question.
In any case, if Aokane changes his mind, Ranok can have my girl. The two of them are getting along quite well.
Now I feel another pit in my stomach. I was right then. Maeve is Ranok's intended. At least we have a love interest conflict in this one. Don't be obscene. Your relationship with the chief is incestuous as it is. Vither coughs up his wine as he was just about to take a sip.
Yes, Vither. Don't be incestuous.
The chief elbows his friend teasingly, but it seems only to aggravate the elders even more.
If you lose that match, you lose the alliance that comes with it. Who's talking about losing it? I'm just saying that the boy won't have to go without a mate for long should worse comes to pass. The females are practically queuing up for the fucker.
And this boy over here. Vither raises his cup towards the chief, and the male laughs back at him with clear pride in his voice.
Do you really think that we don't see a little game? That we would allow you two to accumulate enough power to tackle us head on, you defective whelp? I could tackle you right here, right now, old man.
The brown wolf stands up, and for the first time I see his muzzle show very little cheer or levity.
And you're going to allow him to disrespect us like that? Since my memory doesn't fail me, I can recall who was the first to throw insults.
The chief speaks slowly, making sure they understand the gravity of the situation.
I'm going to brush it off to the heated exchange, unless you want to stand by your baseless accusations. It would be a shame having to end the day with a duel for Vither's satisfaction.
First time I noticed Aldris's eyes filled with something other than a spite. She darts her worried gaze between determined muzzles of both queries and pats her friend on the shoulder. Heated exchange, nothing else. Right, John?
Heated indeed.
The old geezer concedes reluctantly. Would he really be so ready to throw his life away had she not intervened? Oh, Vither would have made minced meat out of him. And probably would have baked him a pretty solid pie, too. You have lots to learn. The hag throws a nasty gaze towards the brown wolf. The mockery and contemptuous attitude you display is unbecoming of your position. The title of Varrock's advisor should have gone to a true wolf of merit, not a simple-minded brute. A brute? Are you serious? He's the most level-headed out of y'all. Vither is the sweetest wolf I've met so far. Not counting Ranok, of course.
I was at the top elf of my generation, she-wolf. Every scar on my body is a badge of merit.
He points to his many wounds as he takes his seat back.
What were you, a den mother?
I guess she was a mother. Where the heck is your bands? Where are your bands?
What were you, a den mother and your friend over there a glorified quill pusher? Don't you talk to me about merit. Preposterous!
Annelle, care to weigh in? She's asleep, of course.
Why you dragging her into this? Is it because she accomplished more in her lifetime than you two did combined? How dare you!
Now it's the old-timer who raises up from his seat. Annelle!
Oh, I'm sorry. I was miles away. I was thinking that it would be such a joy to have some nice fruit punch.
As I drink my berry lemonade.
Ah, yes, what was I saying? It has gotten tremendously hot in here.
She fans her paw at her face as she gazes towards the fire. At first, they're both stumped, but the old male quickly exhales heavily and throws his angered stare at us.
You, Bunny, teach Pig how to serve.
He growls nastily, redirecting his anger at me. Ah, what a coward. Picking on the easiest prey. I followed Tristan to the pantry, seeing the bunny nearly seething.
Not only do they butcher our kin, they also butcher our language.
As we enter the chamber, I watch the bunny scatter all about, bringing all different ingredients together. The whole conversation got me extremely worried. And you weren't kidding. Those two are horrible cunts. The bunny chuckles, looking at me with the first genuinely friendly expression.
They are cunts, aren't they?
He laughs it off, and he grabs a large pitcher and fills it up with some dried fruit.
Fetch that flagon. There should be some merry wine left.
I nod and uncork the bottle. I take a quick sniff and savor the lovely, sweet aroma. Ranok told me that the meeting to save my life took day and night on their account. I mutter as Trist pours the wine into the pitcher. It would have driven me insane having to listen to those two.
I should know. I've been there. It almost descended into a fist fight several times.
I frown, passing him different containers he points to.
Be happy it's just the two of them.
There's more elders?
Of course.
He scoffs at my, in retrospect, silly question.
Most of them live remotely, though. Spread across the territory. It's just a handful that lives near the village.
And among them, these two. I wince uncomfortably.
Yeah. I have to concede. Aldris and Drown are the worst of the bunch.
They are. Vither seems like such a good wolf. It amazes me they're edging him on like this.
They respect no one.
I might not have my memories, but I'm sure they'd be on top of the list of nastiest people I've ever met. From the way the bunny prepares the punch, it makes very much looks like sangria. Just with dried fruits and spices. Why are you torturing someone? Don't do that. Don't torture. That's bad. Don't. Anyway, he adds some lemongrass and mint as well. In truth, this does seem like a nice drink.
I need to quickly check on the chickens before they burn. All I need you to do is simply add a splash of moonshine and stir it in.
Oh my god, just the 2 shots of vodka, fine. But this scene. 2 shots of moonshine. Okay. I nod as he passes me a small jar filled with the familiar clear liquid. He then hastily rushes to the main hall. Oh, he's gonna spike them hard. Let me get it on. Two shots of moonshine. I watch the doors curiously as I hear the elders immediately abuse the crap out of the bunny as he enters their line of sight.
Where's the down punch, you lazy bastard? If it was my attendant, I would have whipped some life into that step.
The remark causes my hands to tremble as I open the jar and accidentally drop it whole into the pitcher. That's even worse! Sit. I gasped, almost dripping my fingers into the mixture in a delayed reflex, but it's too late. The jar already plummeted to the bottom. 2 shots of vodka? Just as if on cue, Triss rushes back and yanks the jug from me. No, wait! I try to stop him, but cover my mouth, hoping to God I wasn't heard. Oh, no! Fuck! These people... Honestly, Volgar would just drink it and be like, this is prissy shit. Just like, come on, give me something stronger. Volgar would probably just down that entire thing. But these old whips, we might kill them all by accident. Uh-oh. But I cannot, I am torn between just hiding or rushing after him. But I cannot leave the bunny to face the abuse alone. I simply walk out with a lively gait, trying to catch up to him, but I'm too late. Triss pours in a large serving, and the female wets her lips only to jolt up in surprise. Oh. She gasps with her eyes wide open. This punch is really fucking strong! Holy shit, she cussed! And this punch is really fucking strong. I'm sure my face is white like a sheet of paper while Triss gives me a what the hell look. What did you do, you damn savages? No, I quite like it. Oh, it puts life back into my veins. The ancient she-wolf smiles and musters another sip. I'm not sure if she's actually enjoying it or not, but she puts on a brave smile. Thank you, Anel. You're the real MVP of tonight.
Seriously, you should have gotten rid of Triss a long time ago. That kid has an attitude problem.
Triss is the bunny, right? Or is it the other one?
How could it be the other one? Can you actually see him?
He looks a bit unafraid. Is he one of yours?
Ooh! And now 2 for 2 tonight! Her question causes the two to exchange stumped looks. It's almost as if she's trying to derail them to prevent further abuse.
Don't you remember the meeting from a few days ago? Ranok brought a human into the village.
A human? Here? Don't be silly. Are you quite sure it's not just a bunny with some horrible skin condition?
She scoffs and takes another shallow sip of our overproof punch. Overproof, I love that. I bet... Oh man, I bet it's like... I bet the creator of this would be more used to vodka. That's all I'm gonna say about him. I'm like, this would probably be just weak game for him. It's like that I've talked with Lucia. It's like, he loves his vodka. I'm just imagining the two of them just going off. Like, This is how they drink their drinks. So she keeps sipping.
A bunny? His blood is standing right there. Human, in the flesh.
Oh. So he is. But who would do such a thing?
Ranok! Ranok did it!
Darling, just let it go. At this point, it's like talking to a potted plant. I'm looking at Nell's peaceful yet sunny expression and can't help but feel that she's simply messing with them. Once Triss placed the punch onto the side cupboard, he returns to my side observing the rotating chickens.
Not that this little exchange wasn't amusing, but we need to return to the main business. Whether you like it or not, we need to send the word. Whether you like it or not, we need to send the word to outer packs. Being cautious is one thing. Being caught unaware is another. Agreed. I'd rather have all the alphas mobilized and ready should the situation in the north threaten our way of life. You're trending on dangerous ground, Verok.
I've told you our position on the matter. If you keep ignoring our counsel, we'll have to invoke a howl and put your position in serious deliberation.
Good. Do so.
The chief shrugs, catching them by surprise.
If you do, however, you bring all the alphas right here where I want them.
I can see the two elders exchange aggravated looks as they release. He has cornered them. Uncomfortable silence falls over the room, and I look to the bunny who disappears again into the pantry. He comes back with two small wooden boxes. They're beautifully decorated with floral and knot patterns, clearly holding something quite important. As he opens the lid on one of them, I immediately recognize the white salt crystals. I chuckle under my breath. I swear if he calls me a lord one more time. Triss takes a pinch and carefully sprinkles it over the rotating poultry. You're strong-arming us yet again. What else do I expect? Two brutes without a shred of sense between them? The old female finally breaks the silence.
Considering both me and Vitham led from our tribe in the war of masking, of your masking, or making, keep in mind, I see us as more of an authority on the matter than you could ever be. Quill pushers, politicians and diplomats, easy to spill others' blood for the safety of their dens. If Vortigern decides to attack us, I want to be ready. Not caught unaware like a stalked prey. I am willing to concede that a full mobilization might not be in our best interest, but sending a warning out to our wolves is not a provocation.
The bunny unlocks the other box, revealing some dried herbal mix. Again, he dusts the chickens with the blend, and I smile with satisfaction at the immediate aroma enveloping the room. The smell is quite divine, with small drizzles of fat dropping onto the fire below and empowering the scent permeating the air. You always find an excuse to get your way.
Perhaps Ranok's little mission is part of your ploy to sideline us.
We should have demanded your pup's head for this atrocity. The hag waves her grubby paw at me in a dismissive manner, while the chief tenses up. He throws her the most murderous stare I've ever witnessed, and my heartbeat instantly skyrockets. The male looks more feral than when he's ready to kill me, yet the old fools don't seem to pay him any mind. Old Anil seems to regard me, her eyes locking with mine and her ear twitching as if she picked up on my distress.
Your father would have never. Well, he isn't around now, is he?
The male growls viciously, his wet lips trembling with anger, revealing gritting fangs beneath them. I notice Vithers place a paw on his friend's shoulder, trying to calm him down, but the chief brushes it away. When was the last time you visited his name tree to meditate?
Last time I need to piss outdoors. How dare you!
Aldris's sidekick rises up and slams his paws onto the table in another display of defiance. Who does he think he can intimidate here? Maybe me, but he would have no chance with the chief of Vither. Yes, so much posturing. Or the chief or Vither, whatever. I almost sigh, noticing Anil to continue to give me discreet gazes in this rare moment of her alertness. She looks back at the spectacle in front of us, simply closing her eyes in resignation.
You're here to advise me in governance, not to poke your nose in my family's affairs. Last time you did so, I lost a loved one. I won't let you do this again.
The male growls once more in a clear threat.
The ancestors! If you mention the ancestors one more time, I shall make you one of them. And if you ever threaten my family again, I will use your collective name trees as kindling on our next feast.
That escalated quickly. The two elders look at him and utterly stumped, and quickly throw their gazes to the female on the other side of the room, clearly looking for support. But Anel is again back in her torpor, eyes closed and unmoving, almost as if she returned to the land of the dead. You will always profane obscure, Ranok, and you choose your company well. She darts her squinty eyes towards Vither. Pray your combined blasphemy doesn't anger the spirits. Now, with sheltering this human, you will have a lot to answer for when you finally face the judgment.
Again, falling memory seems to be a recurring motif here. But that you would notice.
The brown male scoffs in a nasty tone. I guess both his and Chief's patience runs out.
Farissa made it clear that this is the will of the ancestors. You have no legs to stand on.
The elders give me another round of their spiritual looks. Farissa is a young bitch barely past her first heat. She does not speak for the ancestors.
And I suppose you do?
You think yourself witty, but in truth, you just reveal your ignorance. We knew half the ancestors you now worship.
We shared this world with them. Yes, they just had the decency to leave it when their time came.
I almost choke on that remark, trying to cough it off as my reaction to the smoke filling the room due to the fat dripping from the spit.
The Blood Moon has anointed its champion, Varrock. Do not think that Aluna forgives and forgets. You speak for her as well now. I suggest you keep away from my family.
Ranok broke the law!
And I'll break your jaw if you threaten him again.
He'll help with her weight loss. He clangs his cup against the table, spilling half its contents, and I shudder. Ranok's position seems to be very much hanging on a thread, and I try not to tear up. His father is the only thing that stands between my wolf and those bloodthirsty monsters.
You must be joking. Do I look like a court jester to you? I had hoped my father taught you all what happens to those who don't stay in line.
I warn you, Ranok. Times have changed. Oh no, my battery's like going low. Times have changed. You cannot threaten us all. You serve the tribe at our pleasure, and we can find another should a need arise. Trist notices my mortified expression and pokes me subtly. He makes a drinking gesture and points to the chief. I take it as a cue to fetch the jug and give him a grateful smile, as he just made an excuse for me to remove myself from sight. My distrust must have been getting quite clear and had anyone notice, my ability to understand them would become apparent. As I approach the cupboard, I realize how shaky my hands are. I really need to stabilize myself. Just as I reach for the jug of wine to refill the chief's cup, I spot the pitcher with the overproof punch. I look back, ensuring that no one pays me any mind as the heated exchange continues.
You can bark all you like, Aldris. Without the quorum, you cannot do a thing, and no one will support you at the moment. Especially not with 2 missing alphas.
I pour myself a cup and thirstily down it, grimacing heavily. Fuck. And Nell wasn't joking. This punch is really strong.
Convenient.
And how convenient is it that your son is responsible for finding them? Would it surprise me if he was gone for weeks? Perish that thought. Those last 3 days were a nightmare without my wolf to guide me. I sigh, straighten my dress, and trying to compose myself, I take the wine jug and slowly approach the chief. As I pass next to Vither, he winks discreetly, almost as if trying to give me courage. The chief doesn't even regard me, simply pushing his cup in my direction. I look at his wine-stained paw and refill his drink.
You can think what you like.
He sighs in a resigned tone. I feel sorry for the man, and his little outburst when we met makes so much more sense now. I thought Ranok was overwhelmed. This wolf is literally graying away because of those nasty schemers. I have such a newfound respect for how ferociously he protects his son, even in the face of his potential heirs. How long do you think you can maintain this charade?
If I only had a charade to maintain, you old fool.
Oh, did someone say charades? Are we playing games now? Oh, what fun.
The 2 nasty elders exchange annoyed looks and simply sneer at the other female. You have been of immense help, Nell, as always. And my battery just died. Oh no. Okay, the desktop audio still works. Okay, that's good.
It is my pleasure.
She smiles obliviously, while the 2 others stand up. I rush behind them to return the jug to the table and rejoin Trist at the hearth.
Aren't you going to eat? I'd rather share a meal with pigs than with you 2. That can be arranged.
The chief scoffs while the old hag throws another date at her counterpart.
Nell, come, we're leaving. Oh, so soon? But we only just got here.
Ugh, I wish she would just bloody die already.
Holy crap. These people are fucking merciless. The old male mutters as he passes next to me. He gives me a very mean look, and I fight the urge to just stick my tongue out at him. Seeing them leave, both Chief and Vither exchange relieved looks and return to a casual conversation. I watch as the elderly female struggles to stand up, her arms shaking as they strain against her own weight. Her friends pay her no mind, and she's effectively left behind. I come to her side gently, my hand under her arm, and aiding her to her legs. My, what a gallant little pup, she mutters, drawing approving gazes of the chief and his friend. Lend me your paw into the doors, won't you? Ah, you precious bean. She points to the exit and I nod. Her walk is quite uncertain, and she takes her time between each step. It was nice meeting you, young man. Do you like playing games? She asks idly, but I don't respond. I used to love playing games when I was a little pup. My mother often took me to visit my father in the neighboring tribe. Oh, such fun we would have. He always came up with the silliest of larks. Her genuine cheer brings a smile to my face. But only one has been my utmost favorite through the years. To spot a true wolf. She lifts her finger, bopping it into the distance. You see, there are only two types of people in this world. Wolves in sheepskins, and sheep in woven coats. The female leans in, whispering as if revealing a secret. A true wolf is no fool. He lies in wait, patiently gauging his prey, only to engage when it favors his back. I love her. I love her so much. She's the grandma we all need. Ah! She straightens up again. And then you have the sheep, parading around full of bluster and hubris, flaunting their fake coats like shields. You and I know the truth. A piece of fur has no armor. It's only their bluster that fools the rest. But not the real wolves. Oh, real wolves know they only have to lay in the wait for the right time. My heart skips a beat as I begin to think that she's not what she appears. Her ear twitches again and her eyes center on me with a smile. It's good to see another wolf around. My heart when she calls us another wolf. Oh, I love it. I love it. She's so good. Yes, we need to make her Queen Wolf Mother. I raise my hand to that. All in favor? This village has become a pasture as of late. She sighs as if we arrive. She sighs as we arrive at the doorway, and I release her from the hold. She bows her head respectfully, and I reciprocate the gesture. With the last of the elders gone, the remaining two wolves seem to have regained some of their usual humor I associate them with. I take turns with Trist rotating the spit, trying to not draw too much attention to either of us. The chief simply vents off his steam and engages Vither in mocking the two cunts that left. They're fucking cunts indeed. I quite understand them, really. Neil or Anel for next best girl bracket? Maybe, possibly. Definitely a good suggestion. We'll have to like re-suggest it when next year comes around. I have a plan to have like a poll to have people suggest names. But yeah, definitely should add her. Yeah, just remember to suggest that again come future. Because I'm honestly like, I'm trying to get done with it for now. My mind's been so over it the past week or two after doing it for a full month. Anyway, I wish I could work off some steam myself. They did get under my skin. Especially with how fixated they seemed on Ranok. once the chickens are done, Triss removes them from the spit and places them on your nice silver plates. He garnishes them with some of the garden roots and vegetables to make the dishes more presentable to the wolves. Dirk, when you were so kind to her, imagine if you just shoved her out the door. You're horrible. That's horrible. Okay, goodbye. Yes, best queen. Anyway, continuing on. There they are, Vithar and the chief. Oh, and Vithar's chest. Vithar's chest. Oh my god, I gotta stop talking about chests. We place the platters around them. Plenty of food for the two males, and they begin to idly pick at their meals.
Poor fellas. Suffered hell of abuse. Good thing they couldn't understand it, eh? Ugh, the fucking things are more trouble than they're worth.
The chief sneers at us, but I don't mind. He's still seething, and so would I if someone threatened my son like that. We simply take a step back to give them some space. Are we gonna talk about how tight Vithar's pants are? Somebody said that, who was it? Final State? Damn, he be doing the skinny jeans in medieval times.
Come now, they're without fault here. You know that.
Vithar places his paw on his friend's shoulder, and the other male sighs in defeat.
Oh, I know. But I cannot help blaming the human for this perilous situation.
The brown male tries to speak, but the chief raises his hand to cut him off.
Even if he is without fault, he puts Ranok in grave danger. And Ranok put him in such in turn. They're riding in the same cart, friend. I don't despise that whelp.
The chief sighs and waves his paw at me.
In fact, he seems a positive factor. Ranok's changed since his arrival. His decision to undertake the search took me by surprise. That's a true wolf behavior. I thought he would always remain a pup. See?
Vithar smiles. Ah, Vithar.
We have to see this through, no matter where the chips may fall. Besides, if not the human, Aldris will find another reason to get on our case. We were in perfect mutual check thus far. This human introduces an element of chaos I do not like. We were dancing to get to the tomb for 20 years, old friend. This might be an opportunity to take away their fiddles. God, I hope so. God, I do hope so.
The chief nods and waves his paw invitingly at both me and Trist. We approach cautiously, Trist more so than I do, as he clearly didn't understand where this conversation went. To his surprise, the chief passes us one of the plates we just arranged.
Here, eat.
He grumbles, nodding towards the far end of the table. We both bow respectively and take the plate with us to the designated area. Trist gives me looks of utter disbelief as we take our seats. With some distance between us, the wolves return to their idle banter, Vithar trying to cheer up his friend with some jokes and reminiscing. The chief seems to enjoy the conversation about a joint love interest from years past. Apparently, she had a pair of tits one could bury her muzzle in. And her name was Jessica Darkfang. To each their own. I notice the bunny's reluctance at eating the chicken, and I wonder for a moment if he's not a vegetarian. But his hungered expression quickly dispels this notion. I think he's worried it's some kind of trick. I take the lead and simply cut off a strip from the breast and put it into my mouth. Subscriber. No, I'm kidding. Immediately, I'm hit with a delicious blend of roasted chicken, thyme, and coriander. Or coriander? Yeah, I have never seen that before. Wonder what that is. Coriander. All that time turning the damn spit was so worth it. Seeing my liberty, enjoying the meal and no following repercussions, the bunny finally joins me. I wish I could have engaged in a similar banter as our betters. However, we have to be mute. I don't know, man. I don't know when this day ends. It will never end. This is the last day, fortunately, before the update ends, so I'm jamming through it. I have enough time to sleep in. I don't have to leave for work till like 1:30, so I got enough time to sleep in. The meal and the scenery is enough to entertain us for as long as it takes to clean the chicken to the very bone. Through all this time, the chief and Vither didn't even ask once for our help. The brown male refilling their cups himself and fetching things from the cupboard on his own. In fact, that's pretty much what he was doing from the very beginning. Seems you were here at the whims of those two old farts. When we were finished with our meal, the chief dismisses us, and Trist leads me back into the pantry. I help out with bringing various plates back into the room, and we save up the lasting foods by either putting them back into their respective containers or leaving on the plates for the later consumption. Perishables are dumped into a barrel that serves as a disposal bin. Apparently, they use it for composting later, which again shows that nothing's really wasted here. I merely think of recycling. This is a very green society. Literally. You can see the green right above there on the banners, which makes sense since they live in the forest. Once the tables are empty and wiped clean, the bunny sighs. This was quite a workout.
Good work. Good leave.
The chief waves at us, and I almost smirk at his uncharacteristic broken speech. By Trist's annoyance, I deduce he was again using Old Sylvan. We simply bow respectfully and walk towards the entrance. Once we're in the atrium, Trist takes a seat at one of the couches. He reclines back, resting against the wall, and I look around as he pats a spot beside him. Are we allowed to? Only the chief lives here, and he's busy right now. What if someone sees us? All the attendants are bunnies. None of my kin will sell you out if you're on my side. Besides, I have good ears. I'll hear anyone approaching. Huh. I smile, taking a seat and resting my back. Damn, this cushion feels really good. My feet are killing me, killing me. Again. Mostly my legs hurt and my lower back. I look at my abused legs. I really need some shoes. I'd say it's your heart that's going to be your end. You were quite rattled in there. I guess I should be thankful I can understand them. Yeah. Did you learn anything, little spy? The bunny winks at me playfully and I grimace. More than I would like. Seems Ranok pretty much has a target on his back. Yeah, they do seem to dislike him a whole lot. Maybe, but now it seems more serious. The chief was very riled up. I saw that. And the elders. I sigh, shivering slightly. They seem one step away from just posing the chief. Triss looks into the distance, clearly thinking over what I have just said, and a short pause falls upon us. He seems uneasy, and I give him an encouraging gaze.
Look, in all honesty, I didn't mean half the things I said about your master. If you can even call him that.
I raise my brow in confusion.
I know he doesn't see himself as such. He tried to be friendly with me. I just couldn't bring myself to give him a chance. But I do see he's different. They all are.
Who?
The young wolves. They're from a different stock. Even Varrock and Vither are. The elders are the warmongering, bloodthirsty savages stuck in the past.
The bunny almost sneers, his choppers on full display.
Varrock put an end to raids and pillaging. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, Tiernan began prospering under his rule. The forest didn't experience war in a generation. Such lengthy peace. It's a much-needed breathing space.
He readjusts himself, begrudging his own confusion. Or his own confession, sorry.
Although very much opposite, still, Varrock loosened the iron grip on the Sylvan folk. We're allowed to practice our faith again, and even some of the wolves return to their old ways. The elders resent that.
I ponder his words for a moment. Seems like Ranok wants to continue the course taken by his father. He wants even more change. I guess that's enough for the elders to despise the mere idea of him.
It's not just that. I don't understand much of the going-ons here, but I gathered Ranok has hampered one of their schemes.
It was a pyramid scheme. If you talk to one wolf and then get them to talk to 3 other wolves, and then they talk to 4 more wolves. How?
I don't know.
Triss shrugs, slightly defeated.
It happened before I arrived here. All I know is that it somehow involved that white wolf you danced with.
Uh-oh. Tano!
You mean Tano? Yeah.
Huh. The plot thickens. But Ranok and Tano are very much at odds. At least 3 years now. It's hard to imagine the two of them working together against the elders. Unless that's what they fell out over. Oh no, is Tano old school? No! Please don't be old school, Tano. If he is, he's basically just gonna be Ben Shapiro 2.0. He's now Tano Shapiro. I consider discussing this further, but then again, I just met the bunny. I shouldn't divulge Ranok's private matters to everyone. Especially since his life seems to be hanging in the balance, and as the chief said himself, I could be the one tipping the scales. I feel extremely unsettled, and my heart speeds up a little.
Oh, what is it?
I worry about Ranok. I worry because I don't know what dangers lurk out in those woods. But worse yet, even if he returns, his life is still in peril.
More than reason to keep your head down.
He bossed me with his shoulder. Oh, you're making me cringe, Trist. Did not expect that this stream.
The only way you can help him is by not accidentally tripping him over.
Easier said than done.
Ranok has many friends, and it's clear he has one in you as well.
I try not to blush at his frankness.
Just make sure he doesn't lose them. He'll need all the allies to weather the coming storm.
Storm? Triss looks at the floor for a moment and sighs.
There is a war brewing. The entire forest whispers about it. We don't know with whom and when, but it's coming. Why did you think I was so intent on figuring you out?
He jumps off the couch.
I just don't want my people to get caught in between again.
If I'll learn anything that would be to your kin's detriment, I will tell you. I promise.
I know.
The bunny nods, giving me a genuine smile.
I can smell deceit and danger. One of the perks of being a preykin.
You're too much all over the place to be a threat. Oh man, I'm liking Trist more and more now. I smile back and stand up, trying to extend my hand.
This doesn't mean I trust you.
Okay, now we're back to normal. He mutters reluctantly, eyeing me out.
But I suppose we can have a truce for the time being.
Trist sighs and we shake on it. I'll take that over your stink eye any day.
Is it that effective?
The bunny chuckles and I join his mirth. You have no idea.
Good to know.
As we walk outside, how much time do we have left? I'm definitely gonna finish. I'm just not sure if I want to take like a pit stop in between. Not like a pit stop, but just an actual break in between. Goodness. Why are my folders so badly organized? I can't even think. My brain be dead. Sorry, I'm just Googling just to see relevance to how deep we're in. Oh, we're pretty close to the end. We can make it. Yeah. Here we go. Sorry, I just always do that just to be like I don't actually read the content because my brain too dead, but I tend to just like, yeah. If the game has the MP code open or whatever, I just see where the sidebar is just in case I'm like, okay, we're 80% of the way there. I'm gonna, break it out. It helps with my pacing. Yeah. It's like screen of text that could spoil stuff. My eyes. Pretty sidebar. Anyway, let's continue on. As we walk outside, Triss turns to face me with an inquisitive look.
Are you okay to head back on your own? Since it's my first short day in a while, I'd like to unwind with my friends.
Oh yeah, of course. I nod eagerly. I'll be fine. The path is quite straightforward.
Yeah. So is acting ignorant, yet you managed to mess that up.
Ha ha. I smirk, shaking my head.
Just don't stray off the path.
These woods are easy to get lost in. I nod again and wave the bunny goodbye as he heads over towards the dorms. My, what a day. The walk back is quite refreshing and gives me a chance to digest everything that happened today. The elders proved everything Ranok said and more. I cannot stand the thought of those two nasty beasts. And Nell, on the other hand, although nice, she's an enigma. And considering my current situation, surprises are not exactly welcome. I'm glad I'm able to get to know the bunny a bit more. Now I understand his motives at the very least. He simply is trying to survive while at the same time looking out for his people. I would do the same thing had our roles been reversed. I close my eyes, taking in the air and the sounds, trying to get rid of all the negativity accumulated because of the two old farts. This fairy tale is slowly taking on a dangerous turn. I get back to the village without any problems, and my head is slightly clearer. The tribesfolk give me a few funny looks as I pass through the main square, but nothing more. I try to give a glance towards Vol's shop, but we're still ignoring each other, I suppose. If Vol wants to act like a pup still, so be it. I sigh and walk down the path leading towards Ranok's house. Oh, hey there, pet. I look at the brown female rushing out from Vither's house to greet me. She's carrying a small wicker basket filled with some bread and pastries. Oh, been waiting for you. My father asked me to give you these upon your return. And of course, Verissa returns the basket. The girl exaggeratedly points to herself with the shop and the basket. Take them. She pushes it into my hands, and I cannot help but smile and bow graciously. Indeed, an apple didn't fall far from the tree. Man, I'm getting to like his characters. I'm glad to see you in good spirits. Going to the villa can be, quite stressful. Especially with those grouches around. I look at her wide-eyed, and she mimics an old hunched person shouting into the distance. Honestly, I feel like a hunched person whenever I try to stand up now because of my damn lower back. Oh boy. You said it, sister. Oh, drat. You don't understand me, do you, sweetie? She frowns, and I just try to maintain my dumbfounded expression. Let's see. If you... The female gently touches my chest. You. Sad. Scared. She pantomimes those expressions, and I really struggle internally not to erupt in laughter. Come. Here. Her two fingers stride in the air, and then she points at Vither's shop. Okay. She asks hopefully, and I just sigh, nodding in gratitude. Damn it, girl, I really want to not like you, but you make it impossible. Good. She smiles and plants a kiss on my cheek. Ranok jealousy 100 right now. I'm actually stunned, rubbing the spot where her nose had just touched me. Try to conceal a blush. See you later, pet. She's just so nice. She returns to her home, and I think it's better I get out of sight before I draw someone's ire. Home, sweet home. I mutter under my breath, really glad to see the cottage again. I jump over the uneven step and regard the porch. Tonight's the night when I enjoy myself out in the open, just taking in the beautiful scenery. After the week I had, I deserve a little vacation. Plus, the smell of the woods outside reminds me so much of him. God, I miss Ranok so much. I plop the basket next to the door. As I pass the table, I gently touch the dandelion to steady my emotions. The trek up to the villa and back again really took the wind out of me. I guess my stamina is lower than I thought. The earlier cleanup didn't help either. I take a cup and pour myself some water, drinking it up in one go. I decide to rest up a bit, so I walk to the bedroom and plop onto the bed. My legs are killing me, and my eyelids feel extremely heavy. Can relate there, buddy. I simply need to close my eyes just for a moment. Oh, dang it, there's more. I don't sleep well. In fact, I'm having a bit of a nightmare. Might as well save here. We made a lot of progress. A lot of progress. My torturous dreams finally forces me awake sometime well into the evening. As I open my eyes to see the cottage flooded with darkness, I take in a relieved sigh. I can't remember what I dreamt about. All I know, it had something to do with Ranok. At least no whispers were involved this time, so I could easily brush it off to my worrying. I get up and walk to the kitchen. There's still ashes from the morning, but I'm too lazy to get this sorted now. I simply stack new pieces of wood and start a fire. 1 strike, 2 strikes, and the kindling is burning. I'm getting better at this. Within moments, the room floods with the warm hues, and I decided to light up the candles as well. I'm still tremendously tired, but I need a moment to respite for my uneasy sleep. I am worried that I might have stank up the dress during my rest, but it was airy enough to prevent me from sweating. I really ought to be more careful with it. I won't be going to bed dressed up like that. It's disrespectful. My gaze ventures towards the window, and I can see the moon high above the treetops. It's such a lovely night, and I remind myself of the promise I made this morning. Day or night, nothing stops me from enjoying the lovely views on the porch. I pet softly the dandelion as I rustle about the kitchen, gathering some nibbles to take out with me. I place 2 rolls, a sausage, and some cheese onto a plate and fill a tankard of ale. Am I gonna finish this off before the end of the stream? Maybe. Unwinding like this was a dream come true ever since I realized this place had a porch. Oh, this is a new view. I creak the door open and step outside, immediately walking towards the table. My skin shivers slightly as I take a seat. The chair is quite cool, but it's a welcome sensation. I just admire the scenery and wet my lips, noticing a faint glow of a fireplace in the distance. Ranok said that's where the sentries camp sometimes. I flash my brows and simply return to unwinding, stargazing and breathing the wonderful scent of the forest. It's almost as if he's here with me. I wish we could share a drink. I raise my mug towards the moon, knowing the very same ardent sphere is watching over my wolf wherever he is. Your health, wolf. Stay safe. I'm out for maybe half an hour to an hour, just trying to clear my mind and get ready for sleep proper, when I suddenly feel something strange. It's almost as if I'm being watched, and for the first time I feel uneasy here. I raise up, looking around the nearby bushes, but I can't notice anything. If I felt like somebody was watching me, I would immediately bolt into the damn house. But that's just me personally whenever things happen, and I'm very skittish. The incredibly disturbing feeling persists, and I become more and more alarmed. It's like my prey mentally triggered for no reason. Which makes me think, there must be a reason. I throw my gaze towards the faint campfire in the distance. It's maybe 100, 200 meters away. I think I should alert someone. I get up to my feet and walk towards the stairs, instinctively jumping over the uneven stone. As I'm on my path, I take a clear direction of the campfire and head for it with a determined gait. I manage 10, 20 paces perhaps when 2 familiar wolves step out of the shadows to intercept me. You people! Tyron, don't. It's the guards that tackled Ranok the day I was discovered.
Hey! Hey, you! Stop!
What are you doing? The warrior that stood guard over me tries to restrain his friend, but he's not budging. Instead, the wolf approaches me with barely contained snarl, and I wonder what his intentions are.
Told you should have kept an eye on him.
Oh, so they caused my weird unease? I almost want to laugh it off, as I was actually going to fetch them on their own account.
He can't just go wandering around the village.
Well, he does have Ranok's chest on his... he does have Ranok's crest on his collar. He's no ordinary slave. And another wolf that calls a rose by its name. As an attendant, he's expected to run errands.
In the middle of the night? Ranok's not even here.
Look, I'm seriously done fucking with Ranok and his bullshit. He finally snaps, pushing the other wolf away from me. My father is still pissy after we raided his house, and a dislocated shoulder was high enough price to pay for tackling him. I'm not fucking around with his pet as well. He points to me, and again I feel a bit sad that he got roughed up. The other wolf gives me an utter contempt. He can barely keep his fangs from showing.
That's not just right. Having this creep. What are you two doing?
Vol's voice reaches out from behind us, and we all wince, surprised by his sudden appearance.
Vol, we just noticed there's one sneaking out. Snaking out.
The black male raises his brow, stopping right beside me. Was he also watching me? How many eyes in this damn woods are centered on this cottage? Nope, I haven't noticed anything. It was all his idea. Dreher offers a hasty excuse, pointing to his defiant companion.
Is that so? I mean, you shouldn't. Why would we?
Tyron stutters and finally cuts himself off as seeing Vol's brow rise higher and higher. Damn. That black wolf sure knows how to intimidate everyone into submission.
Didn't realize this piglet was under house arrest. Are you two now charged with guarding Ranok's property? No. Oh?
Vol feigns surprise.
So your duty tonight wasn't to harass his livestock? No. What is your duty then?
Sentry duty, just as I was about to remind this idiot. Again, Dreher tries to pull his friend away, finally managing to budge the wolf from his spot.
If you were in my pack and I'll find you away from your post.
Oh, forgive us, please. It won't happen again. Thither's son bows respectfully, cutting the blackmail off.
Make sure it won't. Now fuck off, scrubs.
Both wolves bow deeply and hastily retreat towards their campfire. I cannot contain a smile at the complete show of deference and submission, but it's quickly wiped away by Vol's scornful look.
What are you doing, Piglet? You're mistaking this for some sort of getaway. You're in danger. Do not go outside at night.
He states sternly, and I point towards the cottage. I was just sitting out on the porch. Something made me feel uneasy, as if I was being watched, so I wanted to fetch the sentries. Turns out they were the ones stalking me. The black male scoffs and proceeds to walk towards the house. As I come to his side, I cannot fight the urge to call him out as well. They weren't the only ones stalking me, though, were they? He frowns, but surprisingly, he doesn't take it badly.
I was only looking out for you. I know you're an impulsive little piggy.
Takes one to know one. He stops looking back at me with a shocked gaze, but quickly turns away. Not the right thing to say to him. His expression changes. However, it's something quite different from what I expected. He's hurt, and instead of his normal lashing out, he simply storms off towards the village. Vol, wait! I try to catch up, but he's not slowing down. Please, can we just talk about this?
There's nothing to talk about.
I grab his paw and try tugging at it, but he's having none of it. His other paw takes a long swing, ready to send me into the dirt, and I close my eyes. As I expect the hit, his paw stops just inches away from me. He stands there, rattled and looking back at me with disbelief. Vol. I plead calmly, and his shock only grows. He's stunned that I'm not afraid, that I do not flinch. As far as I'm concerned, you haven't broken your word. You haven't hurt me. Because I chose not to be hurt. You promised Ranok you'll take care of me. That's a word I cannot keep on your behalf. His brows curve upward in a sorrowful expression. I can see I hit the nail. I don't want this poison to fester between us. We may not be friends, but I know this will eat at you and affect your relationship with him. With her. You're an honest wolf. Try to be an adult one too. And then it happens. Something I never expected to see. Is he gonna cry? Vol's lips curl up in a snarl, but it's not directed at me. I can see the anger brewing inside of him as his eyes well up. Oh, he's gonna cry! He's furious with himself, unable to process the emotions that he's kept bottling up for so long. I got a whole cask of beer in there. And knowing now there's a porch, you don't have to worry about looking defective by stepping inside the house at night. I tried to ease the mood by introducing some levity, and surprisingly, it works. He scoffs at me in amusement, somehow managing to suck up the unspent tears. He's too much of a wolf to shed even a single one. Come. I bid him to follow, and we walk towards the house. We don't have to walk if you don't want to. Just enjoying the beer and each other's company will do. I rush into the kitchen, grabbing a spare chair and dragging it outside. I place it on the other side of the table, inviting the male to take a sit. As he makes himself comfortable, I run back inside to fetch him a mug of ale. I dip the tankard into the barrel and carefully bring it outside. Here you go.
Thanks.
He mutters indifferently, not really regarding me. I take my seat and try not to stare at him. Silence overtakes us, and we're simply taking sips interchangeably. I'm gonna finish this thing off. So good, though. Minutes pass, and it's clear that the Black Wolf is mulling over something. His expression doesn't betray much, but his eyes fixated in the distance indicate that he's very much focused. I wonder whether perhaps I should try to engage him, but I remember what Varissa said. I need to give things time. Just the sheer fact that he accepted the invitation is enough. I really don't want to fuck it up by being pushy. And so my patience is rewarded. After a few more minutes, the wolf finally sighs and breaks the silence.
I should have done it.
He nods towards my neck. No, you shouldn't. I nod slowly, taking an idle sip of ale. But I understand why you did. He doesn't regard me. His red irises are set in the woods in front of us. Despite his stoic mask, I know he's struggling deep inside. If he didn't have any qualms, he wouldn't agree to sit down with me. I want to reassure him that despite everything, I do not condemn him. I know you're not a monster, Vol. At least I like to believe you aren't one.
What do you know?
He mutters under his breath. Nothing. I shrug. But I follow my compass and it tells me to trust you, despite the fact that a part of me is screaming, "Fly, you fool." I chuckle and he scoffs in amusement, finally looking at me with a half smile.
Perhaps you should listen to your survival instinct.
Is that what you'd like? For everybody to be afraid of you and keep their distance?
What I like is for our lives to be simple again. Guess there's not much of a chance for that.
The wolf takes a long, deep swig and stands up. For a moment, I think he's about to leave, but instead he simply heads inside to refill his mug. I wait patiently, gazing towards the stars on the moon. I have noticed that I cannot recognize a single constellation. Not even Orion, which I'm sure should be visible since it's early spring. I approach the balustrade and lean out to cast my gaze across the sky. Nope, not a single familiar star. I chuckle, taking another sip. I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. God damn it! The puns will never stop! Seeing Vol return, I straighten up and sit back. If the ending of this VN is just us like clicking our heels or something like that, or a dress and being like, there's no place like home, and we just wake up in like in a regular city in America or our bedroom, I'm gonna freaking lose it. Seeing Vol return, I straighten up and sit back. He's licking off the excess liquid from his overflowing mug. The wolf plops heavily onto his chair and takes a deep breath. I pick up the plate and pass it to him, offering some nibbles.
Heh. Good, Pat. Much better at your job than that scowling Bonnie, that's for sure.
I almost blush at the compliment, but the jab at Trish spoils the moment a little. He's coping with a shitty situation. Vol gives me a curious glance while munching on a piece of sausage. I return the plate back to the table and sigh in resignation. They're not exactly here on their own free will, are they?
Where's this coming from?
Everyone seems to have an issue with him just because he's not grateful for being kidnapped. Like, how else is he supposed to act? The Black Wolf looks into the distance, thinking over my words, and I wonder if I should perhaps leave this topic alone. But Vol is full of surprises.
It's one of the reasons why I refused to ward.
Huh? I blink.
As one of the top wolves, you're expected to have a body catered to your every whim. I hate that idea. It makes one meek and decadent. Serves no real purpose other than to inflate one's ego at the expense of another.
I'm taken aback by his words. I didn't expect Vol to be this deep.
Ranok hates this bullshit as well. It's the elders who insist. Keeps the other kid in check, they say. If I'm to be honest, I wonder why those bodies don't slit our throats in our sleep.
His words startle me a little. In all fairness, Triss seems like he does hate most of his betters. I'm unsettled by the idea that there might be some trouble brewing.
Oh, not to worry, Piglet.
Vol picks up on my slight distress.
It was a rhetorical question.
Takes a sip from.
It was a rhetorical question. They don't do anything because they know we'd retaliate against their burrows. You can sleep safe.
Yeah. That does not exactly lighten the mood. I frown and fall silent. It seems like none of us is happy about the whole situation, other than those nasty geriatric bigots. Why do they even get a say in anything? Sounds like our government. Oh, this one hit too close to home. God damn. If this society is so meritocratic, what possible contribution those geezers could make other than spewing their outdated dogma?
I know you're upset with him.
He pulls me out of my stupor.
That's why you left, right? You must have felt mishandled and lashed out. Even Trist was acting out, but he didn't speak. Can only imagine what verbal beating you've given him. But he really tries to do good by others. Always did.
You mean Ranok? He nods, closing his eyes.
I can assure you, he's as much uncomfortable with forcing you into this situation as much as you are. It's just how things work around here. If he wants to change it, he needs to play his part in compromise.
Yeah, I get that. I tried to reassure him. True, I did get annoyed at first, but as the time went by, I understood every intention behind Ranok's actions. He was trying to shield me from uncomfortable truths, while at the same time accommodating me in every possible way. I'm actually awaiting his return. Quite impatiently, I might add.
You're fine, Piglet.
He snickers, taking a long chug.
You don't need him. You got me and my massive pecs. I mean, you're quite capable as you are. You just need to believe in yourself more. You survived the villa. That's not an easy feat. And from what I heard from Vither, you did quite well, all things considered.
The wolf winks at me, and I must admit, it does feel good to be praised like this.
Ranok seems to underestimate you. He means well, but sometimes you have to let others stumble and get up on their own. This little separation is a good way to jumpstart your self-resilience, or self-reliance.
Vol notices my confusion and takes another gulp.
When you're dependent on someone, you're at their side out of necessity. Only when you truly don't need another is when the choice to be with them becomes apparent. That's when it means the most.
Wait, I want to read that again. Sorry, that was very deep, Voltor. Very inspiring, thank you. It's like, it's when the choice to be with them becomes apparent. Wait, so only when you don't need another. Yeah, it's out of necessity, but yeah, when it's out of choice, then yeah, that's what it means the most. Volgar spit and fire there. Yeah. I agree. Trying to follow his suit, but am nowhere near as accustomed to this bitter brew.
If you're his path, you need to at least stand beside him, rather than drag behind. Ranok has a tendency to be lenient and to cradle everyone he meets. Despite appearances, it's not likely exactly a healthy nor helpful trait.
Yeah. I get your point. The wolf empties his mug in one go and clinks it on the table. Wow, he stands up, this time ready to depart for real. I can see he's struggling with something and I give him a moment. After downing 2 full drinks like that, this probably isn't the thing that's affecting him. Eventually, he looks back at me with a worried expression.
I still have time to tell him what I've done.
No, there's no need. I protest calmly, standing up and coming to his side. This is between me and you, okay?
I made the promise to him.
I nod, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know. But it is not up to me to decide whether I was hurt or not. But is it not up to me to decide whether I was hurt or not? He doesn't even acknowledge me, again locking his gaze with something in the distance. Look, it's forgiven and forgotten. Why make a fuss about it? Ranok is extremely protective of me. He wasn't there, and you're not exactly subtle with words either. He'll think that God knows what happened. I try to reason with him. I don't want this to become some sort of issue between you guys.
But
Vol. I cut him off with a plead. Since you're talking so much about me standing up for myself, leave Ranok out of it. For my sake. So he doesn't cradle me more than he already does. He takes a pause and then sighs heavily.
very well. But I still feel like I'm getting off too easy.
Good. I agree with a smile. Then, as penance, you must promise me we'll do this again. I raise my still half full mug to him and he smirks.
Cheeky little piggy. I'll see you around.
He nods and hops off the porch, avoiding these steps completely. I watch as he walks towards the village and try to enjoy the remainder of my ale. Having resolved this little spat, I feel like I'll be able to just sleep fine. I give one final gaze towards Aluna, which is just my lamp, downing my drink and thinking of my wolf. Sleep well. As I stand up, I notice a shiny little trinket on the edge of the table where Vol sat. I pick it up to reveal the Black Wolf's IOU. Oh my god! Wow, that is an honor. I smile, shaking my head. I might have become one of the few people, if not the first one, to have his token. With that, I gather the things and head inside. Tomorrow's another day. To be continued. Oh, did somebody subscribe a while back? I forgot to mention Kate Killer for subscribing. I'm sorry that I missed that. I didn't have my headphones in this time. But yeah, thanks for subscribing. Join the group. To be continued. All by Kael Tiger. I don't think I can click on it. Whatever. Oh god, that's it. Alright, so we have come to an end. We are done. I am going to just fall asleep, but before I do that, I want to thank my patrons, because it's tradition. We gotta give them the praise and credit they deserve for helping me with my channel and helping it grow and all the jazz. As I wait for the names to load. Take your time, Rocky. Alrighty, so yeah, you're not gonna see. Yeah, the live stream's gonna have a black window for now, but don't worry. Once I stop reading them, I'll change it back. Anyway, I want to thank my patrons and just how they've been supportive with me over the past few months and whatnot as life gets crazy for me. But I want to first thank my fellow dorks, my $3 and above tier, North Grizz, Andrew Corona, Nick Tanner, Type A Roth, Norbert Dudzik, Scion, Magram Wolfram, and Nui Nguyen. And I want to give a very, 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 very special thanks to my exclusive dorks, Fire Knight 2008. These Patreon tiers also have perks to them, like, you know, exclusive access to NSFW readings uncensored, also access to my visual novel Ocean Avenue 7 days in advance before the public release, and if you do the exclusive dork tier, you can even get voice reading commissions for like a reading or something you want me to read. Anyway, those are the perks of being a patron and being a fellow dork. Or just a dork in general on my thing. Exclusive or fellow. Anyway, that is all I have for tonight. When did I end? Like 3:59, I think. My head does not remember. Anyway, let's log things off now. I'm going to bed. It's 3 a.m. and I am done. I need to sleep in. Yeah, good morning, honestly. Anyway, that's it. I want to thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, take care, guys.